Siyaphila.
Hayi kuvukekile.
Oh, hayi kubhetere xa sivukile. Honorable Manaka, unayo i-network. Are you fine with your network today?
I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm not because I'll tell you where am I.
Okay.
But I'm still at the guest house. When I leave, I'm going to the Bundu Lake.
There's a
Okay,
lot of
then.
people in the meeting already.
Yes.
Okay.
Honorable Mkhize, you write that.
So,
Hayi
Honorable
siphilile konke kuhamba kahle.
Okay, Kabazela. I see Honorable Kumalo, Molo Mam.
Molo Sihlalo, ninjani namalunga wonke
Siyaphila.
kushaya mthetho.
Siyaphila. Siyaphila
Siyabonga.
namhlanje. Inkosi Honorable Pilankulu.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members and everyone on the platform.
Molo Mam. Honorable Temba Kunjani.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and everyone on the platform. Ngithi lotshani.
Okay, morning. Honorable Diplok, good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
I'm trying to see. Honorable Beach has not yet joined. Good morning, Honorable Minister. If he is joined. Okay, he has not yet joined. Honorable DM Swartz, good morning.
Joined, Chair.
Good
Oh,
morning,
okay.
Chairperson, and good morning to all the members of the committee and, of course, to the department.
Morning. Honorable DM Swartz.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, and Honorable Minister, and all officials that are on the platform. Thank you.
Morning. Honorable DM Singh, good morning. Honorable DM Singh, he indicated that he's on the way to the airport. Okay. I think who else did I leave? Trying to see. Kamala Timber. Okay. Okay. Now I think let's start, honorable members, with our meeting. And as I am welcoming you, I just want to remind members and colleagues that Parliament has a constitutional duty. Sorry for that. Parliament has a constitutional duty to scrutinize the work and expenditure of public resources by the executive, as specified in sections 55 and 92 of the Constitution. While financial information such as expenditure and revenue is critical for evaluating the cost and the efficiency of programs, non-financial information is equally important for measuring progress towards service delivery and also outcomes. Quarterly reports from the department and its entities enable Parliament to monitor progress on the 5-year strategic objectives, as these reports highlight key milestones throughout the year for the strategic objectives. As these reports highlight the key milestones throughout the year for the 2025-2026 cycle, we will complete this review next term when we review or we receive the department's annual report and of its entities. Before us, the department, SANBI, and South African Weather Services They are accounting for their use of resources against set targets in the 2025 and 2026 financial year. At the same time, we want to track progress in implementing audit action plans against the 2024-2025 audit findings, particularly by eliminating outstanding findings or concerns and moving towards a clean audit. As we are considering the third and fourth quarter report, the default expectation is that all planned and funded targets should be achieved, pending the finalization of the audit process. Honorable Minister, the benchmark for performance against targets is 80% in this environmental portfolio. We are equally interested in the impact on the ground and outcomes and the strong financial health of the institutions, as most of our entities are implementing their commercialization strategies. Most importantly, the environmental sector should contribute a tangible difference in the lived experiences in terms of business opportunities and sustainable jobs, the air we breathe, thriving biodiversity, climate resilience, and environmental justice. With those few words, honorable members and colleagues, I welcome all of you in today's briefing. Chi, can you then flight our agenda? You're disturbing me. Okay, do we have any apologies?
Yes, Chair. Good morning. We have apologies from Honorable Makasi, Honorable Peters, and a request from the Honorable Minister to be excused, Chair, around lunchtime in order to attend departmental commitments. And then, Chair, on the agenda, we need to amend it slightly because there was an indication that Deputy Minister Swartz will not attend this week. So that's why I did not include her. So during the overview time, can we also give her an opportunity? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, noted, Chair. Honorable members, here is our agenda in front of us. Can I then move for the adoption? Get a move for the adoption of the agenda with the amendments? Honorable Kumalo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I move for the adoption of the agenda with the amendment.
Thank you. Honorable Mkiza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I second the adoption of the agenda and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkize. Chi, can you then go through the list of the delegation that is here with us today?
Yes, Chair. From the department, Chair, we have the following. The delegation will be led by our new minister, supported by the deputy ministers, Honorable Singh and Swart. And then DG is in the meeting, Chair. DDG Mamukhadi Mashala, DDG Bendeman, DDG Maisela Kekana, DDG Nonhlanhla Mkhize, DDG Mamukhula Mosekene, DDG Phumeza Nodada, Acting DDG Beleman Simoli, Ms. Mashia Costin, Acting DDG, Mr. Sidney Nkosi, Acting DDG, Mr. Salim Mohammed, Acting CFO, Mr. Dan Vigela, Acting Chief Executive Officer for the Waste Bureau, and then Chair Ms. Tembi Msindo Nkuna, the Chief Director, and then from the Marine Living Resources Fund, we have the CEO, Mr. Roy Fontaine, and then from the South African Weather Service Chair, we've got the Board Chairperson, Ms. Dyer, the acting CEO, Dr. Jonas Peya, interim chief financial officer, Mr. Jeffrey Kulwane, the executive, Ms. Petro Decker, and acting executive for infrastructure and information systems is Ms. Lebohang Mohati. Specialist for strategy is Mr. Dituso Mohape. And then Chair from SANB, we have the board chairperson, Dr. Mapaka Tau, the CEO, Mr. Munzeti, CFO, Ms. Mapifo Sedite, Executive Manager, Elliot Mashile, Dr. Franz, she's the Executive Manager, and lastly, Mr. Jacob Kudu, he's a Senior Manager. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. We are now going to move to number 2 of our agenda. I am now going to hand over to the Minister to do his remarks. Then will be followed by Honorable Singh and also Honorable Swartz. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to members of the Portfolio Committee, to members of the department, and of course to our members of the public entities present. It obviously gives me great pleasure to present the combined third and fourth quarter performance reports for the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment, obviously for the 2025-26 financial year, as well as to present the performance report for the Marine Living Resources Fund for the 2025-26 financial year. I'm advised that the department achieved 87% of its performance targets in the third quarter, meeting 34 of 39 targets, with 18 targets exceeded. And in the fourth quarter, there was a significant improvement, with the department achieving 93% of its targets, meeting 40 out of 43 targets, and 19 of those targets were exceeded. When it comes to the performance of the Marine Living Resources Fund, I'm advised that the fund achieved 100% of its annual performance plan targets for the 2025-26 financial year, which I'm advised is a significant improvement on the quarter 3 performance, and certainly reflects the dedication and commitment of the officials responsible for executing the fund's mandate. Chairperson, with those brief opening remarks, through you, I'd obviously like to hand over to my deputy, Bernice Swartz, for her opening remarks, and then ultimately, through you and with your permission, to the department to take us through the detailed reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. No, we will start with Honorable Singh, if he's still on the line, because I know that he will be transitioning to the airport. Honorable Singh, if you are on the line. Okay, I think I saw him earlier. Okay, then it's fine. Honorable Swartz, over to you. Honorable DM Swartz. Okay, I see she is on the line. Am I audible?
Yes, Chair, you are. I'm checking. No, I don't see it.
Honorable DM Swartz.
No, I don't see it, Chair.
She is on the line. can see her. She's on the line.
Wow.
Okay. No, it's fine then. We'll skip her.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Singh.
Yes, no, I'm sorry that I lost connectivity for a while. I don't know if you did try calling me, but I heard the minister.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Honorable.
I'm sorry about
Okay.
that, Chair. Good morning to you and the members of the Portfolio Committee and the Minister and DM SWATs and all the officials. I'm traveling between Port Alfred and East London, so there's intermittent connectivity. Thank you for the opportunity to say something, but I think the Minister said all that needs to be said for now, and I'll come in later on if I have to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DM Singh. I think I will also afford DM Swartz an opportunity later on because I have been calling her. Honorable Swartz? Okay, no, it's fine. Let me then move, honorable members and colleagues, to the department. I am now going to hand over to the DG Shabalala. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister and the Deputy Ministers online, and colleagues. Thank you very much, Chair. We are here to present to the Portfolio Committee our performance, both financial and non-financial, for the third and the fourth quarter. Chairperson, the presentation is about 29 slides. I am requesting that when we present, especially on the performance information, we focus on the areas that are red and what intervention we would have put in place to correct those areas where there was non-achievement. Chairperson, if that is allowable.
Yes, DG. I just missed that because I wanted to say we want you to focus on the key highlights and also on the non-achievements. It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. Thank you, DG.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I am going to cover the summary of the performance of DFFE, and then our head of strategy will then, Miss Msindo Nkuna, will then take the committee through the whole presentation, focusing on areas that the department could not achieve and the interventions that the department would have implemented as corrective measures. The next slide, please. This is just an outline of the presentation. In terms of the purpose, I've already alluded to that. The next slide. Yes. Can we go to slide 5? I think it's slide 5. Thank you. Honorable Chair and members, Chairperson, I'm requesting that I also just put off my camera. I think it does disrupt connectivity.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. The first slide is giving a expenditure for all the programs in the department as at the end of the third quarter. As DFFE, we spent 61% at the end of the third quarter. And when you look at the various trends in terms of our expenditure, I'm going to go into the next slide with the details, but you can see that the first and the second quarter, the spending was not at an acceptable level. We only could accelerate in the last 2 quarters of the financial year. Looking at the various programs, the program that was affected greatly is Program 6, as the lowest spend came from that program. They only spent 44%. And other programs also that were below average in the third quarter was mainly chemicals and waste at 53%, and also forestry management at 58%. The other programs managed to spend at 60% or at least above the total expenditure of the department of 61%. Going into the next slide, we then expand to then provide reasons for this expenditure. Already I have indicated that we had spent about 5.5 billion, which is the 61%. And the remainder was an amount nominally at 3.6 billion, which then would have been the balance of the budget that needed to be spent before the end of the financial year. Mainly the reasons for this low spending. Normally, our projected spending as at the end of the third quarter is around 75%, at least between 70 and 75%, but we were at 61%. There would have been delays in as far as start of projects, which affected quarter one and quarter two. And we already have highlighted that the first 2 quarters did not spend at an acceptable level. And those delays, I'm going to allude to that point in my next bullet. There was also a delay in receiving invoices from certain service provider, even though this was not a significant amount, where we engage with SITA, and we then have to wait for SITA to then provide us with invoices, but also where we also get invoices from Public Works for leases and payment for our accommodation for our buildings. The third area would have been cost containment measures that were implemented. As a department, we continue to implement cost containment measures on traveling, both domestic and also international, where the delegation size is contained to people, or at least officials, that indeed are relevant for that conference or activity or event that is taking place. We also have cost containment measures on catering, venues and facilities, and this would have realized some form of savings for the department as opposed to an under expenditure. The other area, and that would have contributed significantly to the under or the low spending up to the third quarter, would have been the delegations. And I think we have highlighted this to the committee before when we presented the first quarter and the second quarter. The delegations then in the department would have been centralized at EA level, and there would have been a number of delays. And Program 6 is one of the programs that really had a significant impact, where projects were not approved at EA level, and they were only approved at a later stage. Not only project, but also recruitment, filling in of vacancies at all levels. Unfortunately, it did create a challenge as the vacancies could not be filled at the rate at which we were expecting them to be filled. And this was then unlocked around November, whereby then all delegations reverted back in line with PFMA, in line with our governance. And then as a department, we then had to then fast track expenditure following the delegation reverting back as per the PFMA expectation. There also would have been then delays in terms of then the achievement of performance for the department in those first 3 quarters. The next slide, please. In the third quarter, already this is an aspect Minister has already alluded to. I do not have to go into details. We achieved 87%, of which out of the 87%, there were certain targets that were overachieved. Moving into the next slide on the performance of the third quarter, this gives a detailed breakdown on how the various programs in the department performed. Overall, 87%, and some of the programs managed to achieve all their targets for that quarter, where they achieved 100%, and others were at 80%, which is an acceptable level. However, we encourage that everyone must move towards 100% performance. However, there were two programs that were impacted upon. Oceans only achieved 67, which was mainly 2 out of the 3 targets that had to be achieved for that quarter. And environmental program, as I already alluded to, could not achieve their targets. They only could achieve 2 of their 4 targets that they had for the quarter, resulting in a 50% achievement for that branch. Going into the next slide is then on the fourth quarter. As at the end, this was the preliminary expenditure, unaudited. We have now since concluded our audit, and I think as the chairperson alluded to annual performance, we are then going to come back to the committee to present our annual report and also the audited financials when the committee then sent through the invite for that presentation. But this is unaudited. This was unaudited, preliminary. As a department, we had spent 91%. 91%, and our normal expenditure is at least supposed to be at 95 to 98%. And as a result of the challenges that I'd already alluded to, we could only then achieve 91%. And they're mainly programs. Program 6 is one of them, where they could only spend 83%. And the details in relation to that will be alluded to. And also regulatory and compliance also spent 85%. The rest of the other programs were 90% and above. I think also forestry was at 85% in as far as that expenditure is concerned. Going into the next slide, Chair, is mainly on the performance information, which also has been alluded to by Minister. Let's go into the next slide just to give a breakdown of the performance of the various programs in terms of their non-financial and AOPO indicators. 93% was achieved by the department, whereby all departments managed to spend 80% and, all branches spent 80% and above. And the head of strategy will then allude to those areas that could not be achieved. The majority of the programs, branches achieved 100% in as far as those targets are concerned. The next slide then just gives a comparison of the performance for the department from quarter to quarter, which then does demonstrate progressive improvement from the first quarter to the fourth quarter. Without waste of time, Chair, I'm going to request the head of strategy then to go into the areas that are flagged as red in terms of our performance information, so that then the committee can be appraised of what interventions we would have put in place in relation to ensure that we fast-track service delivery in those areas. With your permission, Chair, I'll hand over to Ms. Sindonguna to then go through the performance program by program. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Ngosi DG. Over to you, Mam Ngona.
Good morning, Chairperson and all members, Minister, Deputy Ministers, DG, and all members present in the meeting. When we look at the performance for Program 1 for quarters 3 and quarter 4, they were able to achieve all their targets. Therefore, I will then skip and move to Program 2 on slide 30. Where for regulatory compliance and monitoring for quarter 3, there was one target that the program was not able to achieve, and this relates to on slide 33. This relates to the target on the environmental impact assessments applications. There was one application that the department had missed because they had not allocated it as part of the applications, and this was due to a systems failure. But as a corrective measure, then the department then embarked on doing daily verifications in terms of the system to ensure that all applications received are then allocated for processing. When we then move to the quarter 4 performance on slide 35, for the same program, we will then move to slide 38, where members I can indicate that for the very same indicator, we then also, because of the cumulative nature of the indicator, then we're also not able to achieve the quarter 4 target, and this was due to also the system's failure. But in addition to that, what the department has embarked upon to ensure that we do not miss any applications is to ensure that we also send then weekly reminders to officials so that they are aware of the due dates for finalization for these targets, because this is an efficiency target that we measure ourselves in. And also just to indicate that in terms of the applications that the department receives with regards to this, it relates to renewable energy generation, transmission, as well as then distribution infrastructure. And permitting in terms of this function is a key enabler in the economy, and the department sees this as a heartbeat of development that is sustainable. When we then move to program 3 on slide 41, for the quarter 3 performance, there is one target that we were not able to achieve on slide 44, and this is with regards to the support that we provide to beneficiaries in terms of the Oceans Economy Program. And here we had sent out invites to beneficiaries, but the number of attendees was less than expected. But we did have a catch-up plan for providing more support during quarters 4. And indeed in quarter 4, we were able then to achieve. But just to indicate that the type of support that we had provided included training on law enforcement and to environmental officers on unique jurisdictional challenges, the maritime law, and securing convictions that marine ecosystems and coastal communities in the Western Cape. So those are some of the training and initiatives that we had embarked upon as a department. When we then move to quarter 4 on slide 46 of the same program, there is then the one target that they were not able to achieve. And on slide 47, this relates to the draft African penguin biodiversity management plan. This was only amended in February 2026. And the reason for the delay was that the plan needed to be updated with the latest data due to the recent developments in the industry during that time. But the plan is that the draft plan will be published for public comment during the 2026-27 financial year. In terms of then program 4, I will skip it because on slide 53, you will see that for quarter 3, they were able to achieve all the 7 targets. But for quarter 4 on slide 60, there is one target that the program could not achieve, and on slide 61. And this relates to the public consultations being conducted on the draft sectoral emission targets. And in terms of the progress that was made, Cabinet had approved the publishing of the draft sectoral emission targets in November, but this was pending further consultations with selected departments, and these were consultations that needed to be held with the Presidency, the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, National Treasury, Department of Electricity and Energy, as well as the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. And once this consultation had taken place, the plan was then to consult publicly during the 2026-27 financial year. And basically, the sectoral emission targets need to be allocated to ensure that the country meets the stated greenhouse gas emission targets that are published in the National Determined Contribution, which is a performance benchmark against which collective outcomes of all mitigation actions will be measured. And committee members, just to remind members, because sometimes I am aware that members would get confused with the color coding. When you see that it is green, for instance, in quarter 1 status, it would mean that the quarter 1 target has been achieved. Where it is then red in quarter 2 status, it would mean that for that particular quarter, the target was not achieved. But when you move to quarter 3, where it is green, it would then mean the target was achieved in that particular quarter. And when we then move to program 5 on slide 68, in terms of quarter 3, all the 3 targets were achieved with 1 exceeded. And in terms of quarter 4, on slide 72, all the 5 targets were achieved with 3 of those exceeded. When we move to program 6 on slide 77, there were 2 targets that were not achieved. And when we move to slide 80, and DG had indicated high level the reasons. This was for the first one, which is the hectares receiving clearing on invasive plant species. This was due to the ongoing engagements with National Treasury, where the department needed to provide clarity on the nature of implementing arrangements or the relationship to be maintained between the department and the public entities as the implementing agencies, which resulted in some of the departmental programs being put on hold. But ongoing engagements were being held with Treasury in order to address the matter. When we then move to slide 81, we were not able to achieve the target on the wildfires suppressed, and this was due to capacity challenges, where at that point we're still in the process of appointing data capturers for the working on fire. And the evidence capturing was planned to then commence in December 2025, which I will then speak to in quarter 4. When we go to quarter 4 performance on slide 83, the program was then subsequently able to achieve all its quarter 4 targets, with all the 4 targets then being overachieved or the target being exceeded. And in terms of slide 88, I just wanted to demonstrate with the same indicate on slide 88. Yes, I just wanted to demonstrate that in terms of the wildfires suppressed, after then the data capturing, the department's performance was at 100%, where 1,049 fires were suppressed. When we move to program 7, chemicals and waste management, for quarter 3 on slide 91, they were able to achieve all the 5 targets, with 1 being exceeded. And in terms of quarter 4 on slide 97, the program was able to achieve all the 6 targets, with 1 target being exceeded. When we move to program 8, forestry management, for quarter 3 on slide 106, the program was able to achieve all the 4 targets, and all of them were exceeded. And in quarter 4 on slide 112, all the 4 targets for quarter 4 were achieved, with 2 of these targets being achieved. And just to highlight the 2 targets that were achieved on slide 113, the first being the hectares under silvicultural practice. And the reason for overachievement was due to the expanded public works program initiatives that provided more job opportunities, as well as then on the next slide, which is with regards to the trees planted. And this was due to the awareness that the department was able to raise with the 1 million trees initiative. Then when we move to program 9 on slide 120, for the 3rd quarter, there was only 1 target that was not achieved, and with 3 of the targets being exceeded of those which were achieved. When we move to slide 122, of the targets of the target that was not achieved, it was on the co-management structures, where it was not, the 10 were not yet established during quarter 3, and this was due to the terms of reference that could not be signed at the time, because these were then dependent on the establishment of the regional as well as the national co-management structures. But the plan was that these structures would then be concluded in quarter 4, and therefore the terms of reference then for the local, regional, and the national structures would then be signed. When we then move to quarter 4 performance on slide 124, the program was then able to achieve all the 5 targets, and out of these, 3 were exceeded. And I would then want to zoom in to the co-management structures on slide 127 that we were not able to achieve in quarter 3, but subsequently we are able to achieve in quarter 4, where we exceeded the target, where 23 co-management structures were then established by the end of the financial year. And this was due to the consultations that took place with the fishing cooperatives. And I think that would be the end of my presentation, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mam Gona.
Thank you, Chair. I'm requesting that we cover the MLRF.
Yes.
And that the performance already has been covered in program 9. I will also request the CFO to talk to the details of the finances, given that it's an entity standing on its own. Can I be assisted with that presentation of the Marine Living Resource Fund? Thank you very much, Chair. Can you put it on slideshow? Thank you. So going straight to slide 5 on MLRF, the third quarter, as already highlighted from the department's performance, that they would have achieved 83% in the MLRF, with only 1 out of the 6 indicators and targets not being achieved. You can move on to the next. Yes, so the next is the details, which already have been alluded to in terms of the MLRF around the 12 operational proclaimed fishing harbors, where the department has achieved and managed to operationalize those 12 harbors, mainly focusing on ensuring that the harbors provide the required support for slipping of vessels and also launching of vessels and so on. And this target was achieved by the MLRF. The next slide. The next slide talks to the area that is in red. I'm not going to cover. The green already has been alluded to. This was in the third quarter, where the core management structures could not be established. There were certain engagements with the various cooperative core management structures, and those meetings ensured that there's a very clear understanding on how then that structures are going to be managed, with very clear terms of reference that were there. However, these terms of reference were not necessarily signed in the third quarter. And the this was only then concluded in the fourth quarter, as already been reported on, in as far as ensuring that we have core management structures, and this basically is assisting the department in terms of having the authority to share resources, both from government side and also from the cooperative side, and in ensuring that also we are in a position then to make these cooperatives through core management structures effective in terms of the manner in which they actually operate on the ground. The next slide. I think the next slide then talks to targets that have been achieved, and I don't think I'm going to allude to that. PWP in terms of your FTEs and also your work opportunities that the MLRF had targeted, and indeed they met those targets at the end of the third quarter, and even at the end of the fourth quarter, given that they achieved 100%, Chairperson. So from Program 9 to MLRF, the difference in terms of the targets is that Program 9 has about five targets, and then there is just an additional indicator for the MLRF that then comes in and makes a consolidation of the six indicators for the MLRF. I'm going to hand over to the CFO of the MLRF to then take the committee through the finances of this entity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. Over to you, CFO.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, Minister, Deputy Ministers, DG, and colleagues. I'll be presenting the financials for the MLRF. The MLRF has quarter 3 and quarter 4 reports that is being submitted. I wanted to request if I can't go straight to quarter 4 because the trend is kind of like similar, Chair. There's 3 different kind of reports. One is the budget versus actuals, and then we have the performance statement of financial performance, and then the statement of financial position. Those are the 3 that we will discuss. These quarter 4 reports, if you can go to quarter 4. Yeah, yes. These are the unaudited figures before we submitted to the AG for auditing purposes. Just to compare the budget with actuals, I'm just going to touch on the ones that is significant in terms of that is like more than 10%. Harbors, for instance, the first one. Let me just overall indicate that we actually were off with target with about, in terms of the revenue, with about in the region of about 12 million in terms of achieving the target, but that I will explain later because there's about 8 million that we budgeted for, which was not allocated. Then harbor fees. Harbor fees, because we're using also EPWP people to assist with collection of fees at the gates, that is kind of like increased our harbor fees with about 10%. And there's also much more better management at the harbors, with some of the harbors where last couple of years they tried to remove some of the sunken vessels, and those space become available, and then people can then use that space again, and we can generate revenue through that. The other one, grant of right fees, is just a small amount. It was budgeted 12,000 rands, but due to the appeals that was finalized, we got this additional money of 136 million. It sounds like a very high, 1,000 something percent, but in monetary value, it's not that significant. Finance income is just because we've had a significant amount in the bank account. Part of it was the grants, and there was also an amount that we had extra cash in our bank account that has led to that. We normally don't want to be so dependent on finance income. It really depends on how our cash flow is, how we spend our monies throughout the year. So we never budget too much for that. Levies is on par, which is also a significant income for us. It's always a tricky thing for levies, for instance, depending on what is the TAC, TAEs that we get. It can go up, it can go down, but we've managed at least this year to be on par. The one that I would want to address is the issue of confiscated sale, confiscated fair value, for instance. The fair value, what we do because we on a accrual basis. So when we confiscate, especially now I'm going to talk abalone specifically, we bring it in at a fair value, and that is kind of like how we record it in order to track it properly. And then when we sell it, then we generate the income. But for the current year that we are talking about, 25-26 financially, in November, the regulator has issued new standards, which made it for us nearly, well, not nearly, it is now illegal for us to sell confiscated abalone. So we now had to, all the stuff that we confiscated, we recognize as in fair value, we had to now write back, which will come back on the other side. And the same applies with the income. The income we had to reduce to reflect that situation, the fact that we don't have confiscated sale anymore. Next slide, which will be the expenditure side. Because we had to reduce our budget basically with the anticipation that we won't be getting the income from confiscated goods anymore, we had to implement immediately from November actually a little bit earlier, the cost containment measures in order to make sure that those things that we've already committed to and be focused more on the annual targets, that those projects should be funded and that they that we then at least have those targets achieved, and at the same time we also then make sure that our contractual obligations are covered and we don't get into a situation where we have a liquidity challenge in terms of the fund. So the members will notice that we have cut significantly on some of the expenditure, but there's some of them that we couldn't basically couldn't what you call it, that we couldn't contain much better because of certain macroeconomic conditions. For instance, I will deal with the issue of transportation cost. Transportation cost has increased significantly because of the fuel prices that has increased. We've tried our utmost best. If you compare just with the fourth quarter the previous year, members will note, for instance, that there's on the table on the far right, 2025, we spent about nearly 40 million on transport compared to this year that we've when we introduced the cost containment, that we only spent about 30 million. Still, with our efforts, we still couldn't manage to get it to below the 24 million that we wanted to achieve. For the VOC, the vessels operating cost, the majority of these costs were the funding that we got was to deal with get the vessels into dry dock, and unfortunately dry dock bookings are not dependent on us, so it's a bit delayed. So we have the commitments, and the dry docking is technically speaking taking place in the current year. So when we got the grant from the department in December, bookings had to be made, and depending on capacity available within TNPA, then that's the only time you get space available in order to do those things. So it looks like as if we've saved, but it's not a saving. Those funding are committed, but the actual expenditure is only going to take place in the current year. Then I'll go to the one confiscation expense write-offs of 1,000. Those are the explanation I gave for the income, because we've recognized for the period from April 2025 until October 2025, we've recognized all the confiscations due to the accounting standards requirements that we had to recognize it in a certain way. So that we had to write off because suddenly we can't sell it anymore. So we bought it in a stock to be sold. Now we have to write it back because it has become redundant. Hence, you have that. It's not a cash outflow, a physical cash outflow. This is just a paper transaction as part of the original transaction that when we recognize the expenditure. The remainder of depreciation is we budget for this, and this is something we still need to take up also with Treasury, because we're not allowed to budget for a deficit. And depreciation is also a non-cash flow item, so we try to bring it in at a reasonable thing, and then when we replace our assets, the depreciation just increases. For instance, if we procure a computer this year, in normal terms for us, we will collect the money this year that we're going to buy this asset, but we're only writing off, let's say, a third of that price in this current year. Now it kind of like gives this skewed idea that we have this increase. But in the next year, when you don't get that income, but you still have to write it off, then it gives the impression that you are making a loss. But that is just because of the accounting standards that is required from us to do it in this way. So this is something that we will possibly have to look at it differently in terms of going forward, so that it doesn't become part of this line. It becomes the next part in a separate report, and to make it easier for the members to understand, and also for the readers of the financials. And then, so yeah, that is about that. Overall, we've managed to save. We've tried to, with the cost containments, to reduce the expenditure side significantly in order to make up for the for the loss of income. The next slide, please. The next one, please. Oh yeah. No, next one, because this is just a summary in terms of economic classification. Just in terms of the statement of financial position as at 31 March, we have what I want to highlight is the cash and the cash equivalents, and then trade payables. For instance, compared with the other years, which is not here, which will reflect in the annual financial statements, is that our cash position is we are liquid. If you look at our trade payables, our payables about 16 million, and then income received in about 15 million. These are security payments that's been made, and where there are cases still have taking place. So we can't, for instance, recognize the income as yet until the case is finalized. So we keep it as income received in advance. So trade payables is the one that we're looking at. So that is our immediate concern, so that we be in a position that we can pay service providers within the legislated time frames of 30 days. Next slide. And that's just a statement of financial position. And this one just reflects in terms of, it's basically similar to the budget with actual, but it now takes out the issue of capex, for instance, but it then gives us an indication of where we stand. As I indicated, this is not the audited financial statements. This is what the position was at that point in time. The financial statements will also include the accruals that comes with it. Chair, as indicated, this is the position of the MLRF in terms of its finances, and we are still a going concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We've concluded both the department and MLRF presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, and thank you, Mynheer Roy Fontaine. Honorable members, that is the presentation from the department and also MLRF. I will now note hands for any clarity-seeking questions. I will note hands. I see the hand of Honorable Kumalo. I will note Honorable Bilangolo, because she indicated that her gadget does not allow her. Honorable Bilangolo will be followed by Honorable De Block, followed by Honorable Mkhize. Those are the hands for now. Over to you, Mam Kumalo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation from the department. I will ask question, Chairperson, on the department first. Given the reported delays in appointing participants in Mpumalanga due to disagreements within traditional community structures, what conflict resolution mechanisms are being put in place before rollout? Secondly, when the significant overachievement in fundraising, that is program 4.6, what strategic mechanisms are in place to ensure these funds are allocated effectively and transparently to address the most pressing climate change challenges, rather than being absorbed by administrative overhead or less impactful initiatives? The report, Chair, highlights a substantial increase in land added to the conservation estate, that is program 5.1. How will the DFFE ensure the long-term ecological integrity and effective management of this expanded estate, particularly in light of potential resource constraints for ongoing conservation effort? Program 3, that is Oceans and Coast, shows persistent underachievement in supporting beneficiaries for the Ocean Economy Program. What fundamental systemic issues beyond non-attendance are hindering the effective delivery of this program? And what radical interventions are being considered to address them? Chair, the delay in publishing the African penguin biodiversity management plan, that is program 3.2 to 2026-2027, attributed to recent developments within industry, raises concerns. What are these developments, and how do they necessitate such a significant delay, potentially impacting critical conservation effort for an endangered species? Lastly, Chair, on this one, the consistent underspending in Q3 across multiple programs attributed to delays in start of projects, delays in receiving invoices, and cost containment measures suggest potential inefficiencies in planning and procurement. What specific measurable improvement are being implemented to ensure more consistent and effective budget utilization throughout the financial year rather than year-end stage? On the Marine Living Resource Fund, Chairperson, the report mentions that the target for supporting small-scale fishing cooperatives were exceeded in Q4, 10 supported versus a target of 8. What specific support was provided to these cooperatives, and what impact has this support had on their participation in the ocean's economy value chain? Can the LRF explain the specific operational requirements and the incentive agreement with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure that led to this substantial increase? What is the long-term sustainability plan for these EPWP initiatives beyond the current financial year? The report notes an increase in harbour fees due to seasonal usage. Can the department provide a breakdown of revenue generated by each proclaimed fishing harbour? Revenue from sale of confiscated assets and fish products shows under collection due to legislated restriction on abalone sales. What is the department's strategy to address this under collection while adhering to legislative restrictions? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Honorable De Blok, he will be followed by Honorable Bilangulu.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning again to all the other members, to the Minister, Deputy Ministers and officials. Good to be meeting with you again. Firstly, I'd like to welcome the presentation. I think it shows an ever-improving performance on behalf of the department. I remember when we started in the 7th administration, every member was machine gunning questions at the department because there were areas of failure and underperformance, and we are steadily improving, which I think all of us appreciate as the committee, and we applaud the efforts to tighten up the department and to make sure that we are meeting the targets we set. So there is a need to congratulate the department there. And I think there has been a commitment to problem solving as failures and underperformance show their heads, and that is appreciated. Of course, as I always do, Chair, I caution members about realizing the limitations of this exercise. Of course, it's important that we monitor the performance of the department, but setting these targets is only one way to do that. And certainly 100% performance in a program does not mean that everything is rosy and perfect. There are other issues at play, but this is still an important exercise and mechanism for oversight of the department, and I appreciate the presentations. Chair, Mam Kumalo has asked some excellent questions, and she's covered me on 3 fronts, including the African penguin BMP, the conservation estate, and the partially on the harbour fees. I would like to talk a little bit to the EPWP presentation or program. We have had them present to us before on the delays in Q1 and Q2, so I don't want to get into that. I had my say there on my thoughts on that executive authority being used as an excuse, but I'm glad to see that it has recovered. Of course, we need to make sure that we are, however, getting value for money out of EPWP, and I also remind members that the EPWP program has experienced the worst budget cuts in this department, and that was a concern to our committee, as this is the main job creating thrust, or direct, should I say, job creating thrust of the department, and they perform extremely important services for the environment that can be measured, such as alien invasive clearing. So I do support that program, and I'm glad to see that it has recovered somewhat in the wake of underperformance in Q1 and Q2. I think this committee does have widespread support for greater investment into EPWP, provided that it is done correctly, that it's not used for political pawnage, that the jobs created are in a manner that creates skills for future employment, and that pathways are identified from EPWP part-time work or short-term contracts into full-term employment, either within government or private sector. The department is welcome to make comments on my comments, but I'm not really asking a specific question there. Then on to the MLRF. I thank CFO Roy Fontaine for his presentation. He's always very frank and honest, and I appreciate that. Like I said, Makumalo has already asked about the harbour fee collection and a breakdown for that, and I would like to second that request, that we get a breakdown per harbour of the fees collected. And the reason that I would like to see that is I've visited, I think, 5 or 6 of these harbours in the last, shall we say, 18 months. Off the top of my head, Hout Bay, Kok Bay, St. Helena, Gullis, Sultana, and I might be missing 1 or 2. And I've never once paid a harbour entrance fee. I've seen the boards that went up under Minister George's tenure with all the bylaws as well as the requirements for admission fees to the harbour, and I've never once seen that enforced. And I do think that is an important part of funding, for example, infrastructure upgrades or security, or just improved operations at each of these harbours. The committee knows well that this is something I've been banging on for a long time. And on that note, I was very happy to see Minister McPherson from DPWI announcing new community partnerships and upgrades at the Elands Bay small-scale harbour, which I really hope to visit in future. But that is very promising to see work happening across both of the 2 departments, because of course that mandate is a shared one. And then my last question also to the MLRF, CFO Roy Fontaine mentioned that the sale of confiscated products, specifically abalone, has now been essentially banned by new regulation. This is news to me. If he could just take the committee through what happened and why that is the case. And I share the concern that this is going to threaten the liquidity of the MLRF. The MLRF has important fundraising, an important fundraising mandate to meet several objectives within the MLRF and the broader department, and specifically Program 9 fishing, in terms of vessel maintenance, in terms of funding patrols and inspections, enforcement, These are all very important facets of the department's work and its mandate, and I am worried that that lack of revenue from that particular stream might threaten those objectives. So I would like the CFO to respond to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable de Blok. Honorable Bilangulu.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning once more. Firstly, I would like to welcome the briefing of the third and fourth quarter performance by the department, including the marine living resources. Chair, I've got few questions to ask from the department. I'll start with the department ones. Given that cost containment measures on travel, catering, and values were cited as reasons for lower spending, did these financial restrictions negatively impact its essential operations and monitoring duties? While the Environmental Enforcement Fusion Center and criminal dockets handed to the NPA exceeded targets, how many of these dockets actually resulted in successful conviction? Chair, on Program 4, shows a significant underachievement in developing climate change positions for negotiation, with only 1 out of 4 developed. What are the underlying capacity of strategic challenges preventing the development of this crucial position? And what is the projected impact on South Africa's international climate negotiation? The last share on this, Chairperson, the 9% vacancy rate in quarter 3, while not explicitly detailed for quarter 4, is a recurring concern. How is the department strategically addressing critical vacancies, particularly in specialized technical and scientific roles, to ensure the effective implementation of its mandate and prevent performance backlog? Chairperson, on MLRF, can MLRF elaborate on the specific services provided at the harbors and how they contribute to sustainable resource utilization and the well-being of coastal fishing commitments? The second one, Chair, the aquaculture production decreased in 2014. In 2024, what specific farm management challenges and environmental or economic constraints are being addressed? And what strategies are being implemented to reverse this decline and promote growth in the sector? The last one, Chair, can the department provide more detail on the additional funding received from National Treasury for vessels operating costs and the specific purposes for which this funding was allocated? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bilangulu. Honorable Mkiza.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings, everyone. I'd also like to greet you, Honorable Chairperson, again, and honorable members, Minister, Deputy Ministers, officials, and everyone present. I would like to welcome the presentation and applaud the work that has been done by the department. I just have only few clarity-seeking questions for the department today. The department reports that Program 6 spent only 83% of its adjusted budget by the end of Q4, leaving an unspent balance of approximately 390.6 million. Despite this program being central to job creation and environmental restoration, can the department provide a detailed breakdown of projects that were delayed or not implemented, the reason for the underspending, and why any communities or beneficiaries were adversely affected? The second question is, we also learned that the presentation attributes lower expenditure and delays in achieving planned targets to project delay, slow processing of invoices, ministerial approvals for filling vacancies, and a vacancy rate of 9%. My question with this one is that what corrective measures has the department implemented to ensure that these systematic challenges do not recur in the 2026 and 2027 financial year? And by when does the department expect all critical vacancies to be filled? While the department achieved an improvement in performance from 72% in Q1 to 93% in Q4, could the department clarify whether these improvements resulted from genuine acceleration in program implementation, or whether some annual targets were achieved late in the financial year after delay experienced in earlier quarters? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. I've seen the hand of Honorable Temba, but I do not see it now. Honorable Temba, you had raised your hand earlier. Are you covered by the honorable members?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair, I was covered by Honorable Kumalo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Temba. From my side, honorable members, I think I would like to share the same sentiments with my colleagues, that it is indeed commendable that the department has, for the first time, achieved above 90% of its set targets in a reporting quarter. And of course, we would like to see that in the work, or those results on the ground. You know, I am tempted to also add on the issue of the recruitment and the vacancies, even though it was raised more than once by the members, because previously the department has indicated that it had been initiated for 397 vacant posts, including 248 posts that were re-advertised in January. But I want to check also what progress has been made in filling those posts, and what are the reasons for the delays, and also by when does the department expect the remaining vacancies to be filled? And lastly, what specific procedural bottlenecks regarding ministerial approvals for vacancies have been permanently resolved for the upcoming financial year? The other one, again for the department, the Algoa and Africana research vessel require replacement due to their age and frequent mechanical problems. I also want to check how much progress has been made with the National Treasury following the submission of recommendations to the National Treasury. On Program 6, you reported that we've successfully surpassed it successfully surpassed its annual work opportunity targets through late year catch-up plans. But I want to check what structural agreements have been finalized with the National Treasury and public entities to prevent future project suspensions that are caused by clarity disputes over implementing agency relationships. Those were the few questions from my side. DG, I'll hand over to you and the team to respond. Okay, I see the hand of Honorable Singh. Before I give to the DG, Honorable Singh.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson and DG. Sorry for this, but I'm about to get on a flight at 11:30. I thought I should respond to the questions related to the Program 6 EPWP programs. And thank you to you and the honorable members for recognizing that our fourth quarter spend was much greater than third quarter. Basically, I think we had been reporting to the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Chair, that we were having challenges in terms of delegations, which the DG referred to. The first EA that we had took away much of the delegations, and this impacted on the ability of the department to enter into contracts with a bank that was paying our EPWP workers. So it's not an excuse, but that was a deliberate taking away of the authority from the DG and other DDGs. And we had to work hard. And in the fourth quarter, when the second EA came on board, we were able to unlock some of these challenges that we had. And currently, as we speak, a tender went out, which was adjudicated, and a contract has been signed with a financial institution to continue paying the EPWP workers. So I can assure you that from this first quarter of this financial year, we won't have the challenge. However, Honorable Chair, that was also exacerbated by the fact that midstream in the third quarter, Treasury did not allow us to transfer funds to our entities for EPWP work. And that had been going on for about 9 years or so, but suddenly somebody in the office realized that that policy should not be applicable, and they held back the transfers until again in the fourth quarter, or even over the Christmas period, we had to negotiate with Treasury. I personally spoke to the Deputy Minister of Finance, Deputy Minister Masondo, with the support of our Minister, and that was finally cleared. However, not all the money that we had budgeted to transfer to entities was transferred. Treasury had a few restrictions, and that's why you'll find that we didn't spend all the EPWP money. But fortunately, from this year onwards, Treasury has given us authority to transfer, and that money that was due to entities will be transferred accordingly. I thought I should just enlighten the committee chair, because it was not an excuse that we used, but it was real facts that transpired with challenges with the EA in the first 18 months or so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh, for your inputs. DG, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the members for their comments. And also thank you to DM Singh. He has covered some of the aspects on Program 6, and I think Program 6 is a program that is delegated to DM Singh in terms of its functioning. Chair, I am going to request the DDGs in the meeting so that the committee gets the detail in terms of the clarity-seeking questions that the members have raised. Also, the acting CFO will be in a position, Chair, to just provide the committee information in relation to us implementing cost containment and also ensuring that that does not impact negatively on our work on the ground, and why some of the invoices could not necessarily be received on time. The acting CFO will come in. I think we will just go logically through the various programs, Chair, starting with administration. There's also a lot of questions on vacancy rate and the concerns of filling in of those vacancies, Chair. I'm going to request DDG Mashala and the CFO to then start, Chair, and then regulatory DDG will follow around the issues of enforcement and us working with NPA on dockets. And then oceans and coasts will come in, especially around vessel replacement, but also issues around the BMP for the Penguin, which was not done on time. Climate change DDG will talk to the issues that have been raised, and also on the hectares, the DDG BNC, and then already, I think on environmental programs, we do have responses, but Dr. Mkhize, you can come in on environmental programs. And then we will then move to MLRF, the DDG, acting DDG of Fisheries. There's quite a number of issues around the harbors and also finances in relation to some of the revenues where we had to write off, mainly because it's no longer the sale of confiscated abalone is no longer allowed. So those are the DDGs that will respond. I will come in, Chair, where I feel that there is still a gap in relation to the clarity and provide those clarity. In that manner, Chair, I'm going to request the DDGs to come through. Thank you.
Thank you, DG.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members.
Mamokgadi, there's an echo. I think there's more than one gadget that is being used where you are. Can you speak again so that we can hear?
Thanks.
Yeah, it's happening again.
I'll disconnect and reconnect.
Semaweni. Kukho umuntu okulinganisayo.
Let's allow the CFO to respond while she's sorting herself out.
Okay.
Thank you.
CFO.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are, Tata.
Thank you very much. Good morning to Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Ministers, DG and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Kumalo, Honorable Bilankulu, and Honorable Mkhize, thank you for the questions on cost containment and underspending, which I will attempt to answer. The department implemented the cost containment measures in a manner that ensured service delivery and operational priorities were not compromised. Management strengthened internal controls and oversight processes to optimize the use of available resources while maintaining operational effectiveness. For an example, honorable members, travel management was strengthened through consolidated monthly travel approvals by the DG, ensuring that travel was limited to essential business requirements and aligned with departmental priorities. Similar controls were applied across goods and services expenditure as well. And as a result, the department was able to continue delivering on its mandate, achieve key performance targets, and maintain governance oversight while operating within the prescribed cost containment framework received from Treasury. Cost containment did require greater planning and prioritization, though, members. However, it did not result in the cancellation of critical programs or the inability of the department to execute its core mandate. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the underspending should not be interpreted as an indication of poor planning. The department's planning processes remained aligned with approved operational plans and budgets. The primary contributors to underspending though, were implementation-related factors, including the delays associated with approval processes, following the withdrawal of the limitation of certain delegated authorities, and the DG alluded to this. DG also talked about receiving late invoices. This was particularly in the case of the CETA invoices, which we then followed up directly with CETA. And the associated OEM service providers from CETA using the transversal contracts. And this was towards the end of the reporting period. So these factors affect the timing of expenditure recognition rather than the department's ability to implement planned activities. In many instances, the underlying work had been completed or commitments had already been entered into, but expenditure could only be processed once supporting documentation and invoices were received and verified in accordance with the PFMA requirements and internal controls. This would, of course, lead to our accruals listing, which would form part of the financial statements reporting. The department analyzes underspending trends regularly and does not regard underspending as desirable, of course. However, in a regulated environment, expenditure can only be recognized once all compliance requirements have been met. Certain factors such as procurement lead times, external service provider performance, in fact, invoice submission dates as mentioned, and approval requirements can affect spending patterns despite activities having been planned. The department continuously strengthens expenditure monitoring through our monthly and quarterly reviews to improve spending performance and minimize these occurrences. The department's performance should be viewed together with the expenditure outcomes. While some spending was delayed, this did not necessarily translate into non-delivery, as we could see from the performance report. The department continued implementing its programs and maintained oversight over expenditure to ensure value for money and compliance with the applicable legislation. The department manages expenditure within that framework, and where circumstances justify it, there was appropriate engagement undertaken in line with Treasury processes. I think DM Singh also alluded to this, specifically for Program 6. However, the primary focus remains on improving expenditure planning and implementation monitoring and timely processing of all transactions. So the department has strengthened our monthly expenditure monitoring. We have enhanced our management oversight and tightened procurement planning. We have just appointed a chief director for demand and acquisition management. So that critical vacancy has been filled, and this will go hand in hand with our tightened procurement planning initiatives. We've also improved our invoice tracking and escalated delayed approvals where necessary. Furthermore, we've also reviewed spending performance regularly to identify the emerging risks quite early and implemented corrective actions together with our risk management unit. So the risk-based approach, I think, is an important new factor that we've brought in to align to the expenditure patterns and in-year monitoring. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, we acknowledge that the department must continuously improve expenditure performance. However, it is important to distinguish this between expenditure timing challenges and the service delivery aspect. Our focus is on ensuring that every rand spent is lawful, properly approved, supported by valid documentation, and delivers value to the citizens we serve. Compliance with the PFMA and sound financial governance remain non-negotiable. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, I can provide details of variance analysis of underspending per program as disclosed in our 25-26 annual financial statements, if members deem it necessary. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Ms. Mashala, over to you.
Thanks, Chair, honorable members, honorable minister, and DMs. In terms of the recruitment and the vacancy management, we do acknowledge that indeed there were delays that which resulted from the cost containment measures that which were put in place. However, we had put in measures to mitigate the vacancies so that it does not negatively affect service delivery. The measures that which we had put were both long-term and short-term. And from a short-term point of view, even though we acknowledged that that will not necessarily be a sustainable solution, we did implement acting appointments, especially for higher posts wherein we had lower level staff who were acting in those posts, which would have then ensured that there was sharing of tasks and the redistribution in terms of the load to ensure that the work still continues being done. We also had to rely on overtime for some areas wherein the acting appointments were not sufficient and the tasks were still enormous from an expectation point of view. But in the process as well, we then re-looked at our own internal processes, and this was with a view to ready for ourselves at a point wherein the motivations in terms of the vacancies to be filled were eventually going to be approved, with the first approval, which was received at the end of October. We had looked at our own internal processes from a selection point of view, wherein we improved on our turnaround times from the selections. We had to establish panels and have dedicated days wherein these particular panels would sit, and so that we would speed up the recruitment processes within a very short space of time. We also, within the very same process, established an online recruitment process, which would have also impacted on our process specifically relating to the capturing. It reduced the manual capturing in itself, also resulting in efficiencies in terms of our process as well as turnaround in that regard. In October, as I was indicating, we then received the first approval of 110 posts. These posts were actually identified and categorized on the basis of them being high priority, and we also had priority and very important posts. The high priority, which were most critical to service delivery, were the first 110 that which were advertised from the period of November. Out of those, 93 have already been filled and 19 are at different stages of being concluded. In January, we then had the 244 posts that which were also approved for filling. 177 of those have already been concluded, and 67 are also at different stages of filling. The phased approach allowed us to look at the most critical posts first, and then to stagger the filling of vacancies so that we can be able to support service delivery and the mandate of the department. So subsequently, the delegations were also given back to the DG and other performer levels, which is also enabling the recruitment process. But we are closely monitoring the vacancies and the recruitment processes so that we do not find ourselves with major gaps from a capacity point of view. Thank you, Chair.
Ngosi, Mam Mashal. In that order, colleagues.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Minister, Deputy Ministers, DG, and all colleagues online. It's Vanessa Benderman. I will talk to the questions raised regarding Programme 2. I believe it was Honourable Bilankulu raised the question regarding the Fusion Centre and how many dockets resulted in actual convictions. I would like to indicate that there were 72 cases that were supported through specific statements through our Fusion Centre in quarter 3 and 4. In terms of these, it should be noted that these statements contribute to ongoing investigations and relate to certain aspects of the investigation. So in that period, in this particular period, the statement provided it's unlikely that the case would be finalized in the same period, as investigations are still underway. The prosecution decision and process still needs to unfold. Similarly, we hand over dockets in quarter 3 and 4, and these will not result in convictions in the same period. The committee is aware that the criminal process period time frames, it takes long when a matter is in court. We can provide in writing the finalized convictions for the previous financial year as well as this financial year in terms of cases that resulted in convictions, but it may not have been dockets handed over in this period or statements handed in this period. It will be for probably the previous financial years. But we've made significant progress in terms of the status, in terms of the statements that were supported. They primarily relate to the rhino-related poaching, as well as abalone and pangolin. Thank you, Chair. That was the only question for Programme 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and honourable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and all the colleagues. The question I'm responding to is from Honourable Member Khumalo with regards to the Ocean Economy Programme and in relation to the beneficiaries. In response, I think we do not consider that there are any necessarily systemic issues affecting the delivery of the Ocean Economy Beneficiary Support Programme. While there are operational dependencies related to staff and financial resources, as is the case with most government programs, these have not necessarily constrained the delivery. For the year of 25-26, the department recorded a total number of beneficiaries of 1,246. So the annual target was actually exceeded by 246, although in the third quarter, 373 beneficiaries were supported against a target of 380. So other than the third quarter, in all other quarters, the beneficiaries supported were exceeded. And the primary reason for the quarter 3 underachievement, as was mentioned by the presenter, was because of the non-attendance of invited beneficiaries. What we have picked up is that one of the challenges is with regards to verification of attendance for beneficiaries that do attend but are not signing and not wanting to sign the attendance registers, which are our standard verification mechanism. But nonetheless, the focus will always remain on the continuous improvement of the program, whilst we don't necessarily see the need for any radical intervention or changes at this stage, because the program is achieving its intended outcomes and actually doing quite well in exceeding the annual performance commitments. We will always look to see where we can improve the impact of it. With regards to the question on the African Penguin Biodiversity Management Plan, and particularly about the recent developments that are impacting on the plan, given that that target was not achieved. What are the recent developments? The recent developments basically pertain to the additional data that was needed to be included in the updated draft. So because of the delay in publishing the African BMP for comment, when the draft was revised in order to be submitted to the minister, it needed to be updated with the latest data, which the department then updated together with the various partners in the conservation agencies. And these measures basically relate to what is included in the presentation: population counts, nests, passive integrated transponders, new colony establishment, etc. And then also maybe to note that, work is continuing on the conservation of the penguins, even though the African Penguin Biodiversity Management Plan is still in process for updating. This plan is basically updating on the previous one, continuing with the work, but also expanding. And work continues underway with DFFE and its partners. Maybe just to note that whilst we are reporting on the Q3 and the Q4 in this particular sitting, subsequently the draft plan has been finalized and submitted within the department up to the ministry, so that we can proceed with the gazetting for public comment. And the internal processes are underway with that. The last question from the Honourable Member Gansha was with regards to the progress with the vessel replacement. We have had, as a department, 2 recent bilaterals with the National Treasury on the normal budgetary processes and the department's budgets. As part of that engagement, there was a specific focus on research vessel and environmental infrastructure, and to consider what the sustainable financing options would be for the marine research vessel replacement, that is for the Algoa as well as the Africana. And the conclusion and the outcome of those meetings is that the research vessel replacement process will proceed through the BFI process of National Treasury, the BFI process being the Budget Facility for Infrastructure. It is an appraisal review process that supports the consideration of large-scale infrastructure proposals that require fiscal support. And so the department is undertaking that process to look into the BFI and make a submission into the BFI for that particular fiscal instrument. And that is also underway with the Treasury. Thank you, Chair. I think those are all the questions for oceans and coasts, also covering Honourable Members de Bloc's BMP. Although there wasn't a question, he was also interested in an update on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Costin.
Thank you,
Next.
Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. This is Marcela Kikan, responding on behalf of Program 4. Good morning to you, the Minister, Deputy Minister, and honorable members, DG, and colleagues in the meeting. There are questions from Honorable Kumalo and Honorable Lamkulu. And Honorable Kumalo's question relates to the fundraising. I just want to provide some clarity on the issue. Indeed, the 2025-26 financial year report demonstrate South Africa's capacity to access significant international donor funding for the environment and climate change programs. However, I must indicate that a high proportion of donor funding goes directly to implementing entities and projects themselves, or no funding going to the department to fund administrative overheads. For example, if DVSA want to do some environmental programs or climate programs, it will apply directly to GCF and the funding would go straight there. Similar to the department, for example, if we want to deploy low-cost sensors in high-priority areas to improve air quality monitoring, would engage the donor and the money would also be channeled directly to the agency that would then do that particular procurement. So the reality of the situation is that these funds not flow directly to government unless in exceptional circumstances. Therefore, the accounting remains between the applicant and the donor themselves in terms of accounting. That's how the donor fund works. However, I can assure the member that from the department side, because we are asked then to endorse some of these applications and to make sure that there's impact on the ground, before we provide that endorsement, we have to check whether that application is aligned with government priorities, including the plans like MTDP and many other government priorities before providing that concurrence. So that is how we ensure that there is alignment and the impact could then be measured through our monitoring and evaluation system. So that is with the question to fundraising. And then just to clarify a question from Honorable Pilankulu on position papers for conferences. I think Ms. Tembin Williams did answer this question in her presentation, because the target, as indicated there, is cumulative, is an annual target. But you'll see that in the reporting is green. So it means in Q3, we're able to develop a position, and hence it's green. Q4, we're able to develop a position, and if you go back, so therefore that target of 4 positions is achieved annually, and this will be shown, I think, in the annual report. So the confusion could be that in the left column it says 4, and then on the right there where it's green it's 1, but it's a annual target. So the clarity is that the position, the target is achieved, and in fact the department does a very good job in crafting positions that are then used for engagement internationally. I just wanted to clarify that aspect, that there's no underachievement in this. In fact, the targets have been achieved. I think those were the 2 questions that were posed to Program Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kekana.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and committee members. My name is Sidney Kosa. I'll be responding to questions related to Program 5. Just to say good morning to Minister, Deputy Ministers, DG, CEOs, as well as colleagues. The question that was raised was on the substantial increase in terms of the conservation estate. That was raised by both Honorable Vilankulu as well as Honorable Diplom. Indeed, we've observed that substantial increase in terms of the conservation estate. And upon our further investigations in terms of what the cause of the increase, we realized that there's quite a lot of provincial management authorities clearing their years of backlog declarations because there's quite a substantive process that is legislated that they needed to follow, to include negotiations where they need to acquire land, but also the consultation process, the verifications of the land that is acquired, and all that, the gazetting, public consultation contributes towards the delays. And there's a big chunk of that estate that is coming from the backlog clearing. But also there were new declarations, there were new additional land parcels included on existing protected areas, including co-management agreements with communal lands, plus private landowners declaring their properties. And then I think the important question was to then, how do we ensure long-term ecological integrity and effective management despite the current financial challenges of protected areas? We ensure, given that the act that we apply in terms of protected areas act, every protected area has to have a management plan that is reviewed yearly by Minister for National Parks, including MEC for Provincial Nature Reserves, given the concurrent nature of the legislation that we apply. But over and above that, there's a tool that we also use. We call the Management Effective Tracking Tool. It does assessments of all national, including provincial nature reserves, in terms of looking at the number of parameters to assess whether they are in place to either gauge whether the protected area or national park is doing what they said to do. That assessment tool assists in terms of indicating whether those protected areas or national parks are managed effectively. But also at a national level, at a provincial level, we've set up a structure, what we call the Protected Areas Provincial Management Task Team. It's where we play the supporting role as the national department, where we also look at issues, because if you are going to set a target or an ambitious target, we also insist that that target must be matched by equal resources. And that part of work is further elevated by the current work that we're doing through the ministerial task team to look at the various financial challenges of provincial management authorities, and that work is still to be concluded. Part of the work that is looking at is looking at the years of underfunding that has actually created that funding backlog for provincial management authorities, and also looking at what we call, what besides the national treasury allocations, what else can we look for in terms of additional resources, because the current funding model especially for provincial management authorities is not sustainable. The baseline has created, a huge financing gap, and therefore that kind of work will also be presented at various IGR process, including cabinet, so that we can bring this particular issue to the attention, especially on provincial management authorities, to look at alternative funding models for provincial protected areas. So that is the work that we do as national department, but also those mechanisms that we have set in place. And I think Honorable Diplok will also agree that through the Montreal Kunming biodiversity framework in terms of the target 30 by 30, there's concerted effort both by the state but also by NGOs, including private landowners, to ensure that we increase our contribution towards the global target of protected areas. And I think that's what we intending to do. Hence, we also insist that provinces make those concerted efforts towards that particular target. We're not overrating, Chair, the current financial challenges, and we're calling for a different model in terms of how do we then finance this conservation estate moving forward, but also protecting their ecological integrity, and that we ensure that it is effectively managed. It has been our line of negotiations through the global international platforms to say that national circumstances must be considered as well as national priorities, including, the sustainable financing model that has to support that ambition. I'll pause at that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ngosi. Program 6.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to yourself, the honorable members, Minister and Deputy Ministers. I'm going to respond to two questions raised by two members, Honorable Member Mkhize and then the Chair. To start off with, Honorable Mkhize had requested a detail of the projects that could not be implemented by the department as a result of the processes that we had to, the unforeseen processes that we faced in terms of project approvals. And I can indicate that the decision in terms of the revised processes for project approvals mainly affected the implementation of the procurement plan. So the branch, similarly to other branches of the department, we would have had a procurement plan that could not be implemented until I think it was only in November, wherein the restrictions and also the delegations that were earlier withdrawn were addressed. And as such, looking at one, the nature of the branch being a highly projectized branch and the projects that we would have still had to do and the risk in terms of performance, had we still insisted on following the procurement plan. So it's mainly whatever was on the procurement plan or all the projects that were in the procurement plan that were affected by the decision. In terms of the Chair's questions, I mean, it's two aspects. I think there's a comment from the Chair in terms of the exceeded work opportunities targets. And I just want to indicate that aside from what was highlighted by DM Singh and also the DG, just to remind the members that in the previous quarters, we had reported that there was areas that we were not able to report through the formal independently verified processes. And that had affected the Working on Fire program and also the work that is done by entities. So when we see the jump from Q3 to Q4, it follows the decision in terms of the earlier withdrawn delegations that then allowed us to proceed with recruiting staff to assist with the capturing. So the exceeding of targets is then informed by the reporting of the Working on Fire projects rather, and also the work that has been done by entities. On the second aspect, Chair, in terms of what is it that we have agreed to with National Treasury to prevent recurrence of what we unfortunately faced last year, is that one, we have changed with the entities the nature of our agreement. Previously, we used to have a goods and services contract with the entities that will then be, with permission from National Treasury, be reclassified as transfers. So that has been changed. It's clear transfers. And the clear transfers are then allocated and ring-fenced over the MTF. And it being transfer payments, the payments to entities for work done in their own land through EPWP, It is not subject to the approval processes that the earlier agreements would have been subjected to. So we are confident that having changed the nature of the agreement and also having ring-fenced the funding, that we will not face issues that we had faced earlier in terms of the EPWP portfolio that is implemented by entities for work in their own land. And also that based on the discussions that we've had with the entities, the work itself in terms of their mandate as far as protecting and conserving biodiversity, we've agreed on multi-year targets because from an EPWP perspective, in terms of work opportunities and FTEs, they will still have to report. And lastly, part of what we've also, it's just an addition, Chair, related to the number of work opportunities in terms of us exceeding them. So over and above the working on fire reporting and also the entities reporting, it was the program in terms of working for the coast and working for waste, working on waste in particular, a key partnership program of work that we do with entities as part of the department's waste management mandate, because the EPWP portfolio or the projects of the department implemented through the EPWP portfolio are restricted and aligned and are informed by the department's mandate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Mkhize. Program 7.
Chairperson, Program 7, there were no questions. I think there is Program 8.
Okay.
Where Honorable Kumalo wanted clarity on the conflict resolution. The DDG can just respond to that as part of the program of recruiting EPWP and working with traditional authorities in that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Good morning to you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Ministers, and colleagues. In terms of issues related to conflict resolution within the communities, what we have picked up is that in most cases, the issues that the communities would have are not necessarily issues that are directly for the department, but they end up being sort of a stumbling block when we come and deal to come in and try and get some members within the communities to work in our plantations or in any of our projects. So what we have done, especially this year, was to have discussions with the traditional authorities on prior to us going into the recruitment process to try and ascertain how we can try and manage a conflict. But in some cases, we have been successful. And we are also trying to bring in the Department of Traditional Affairs to assist us in terms of that liaison between ourselves and the traditional authorities so that the projects are not delayed. I think, Chair, what we would probably need to do also in future is to see how we can scan with the Traditional Affairs Department, the environment within these areas to see what possible conflicts may come up and how can we, in consultation with themselves and possibly with the municipalities as well, try and assist that these issues do not affect us. But in most cases, it's issues that are beyond our mandate, but then we try our level best to liaise and be part of that community in terms of understanding what the issues are, so that when we go in for recruitment, that recruitment process is not used as a leverage to address other issues that are beyond what we would want to do as a department. Thank you.
Thank you, Monodada. Did you?
Yes, it's the last part, Program 9 and MLRF and the CFO. Once they are done, Chairperson, I think they would have responded to all the questions. I'll hand over to the acting DDG, Mr. Simoli.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members, and good afternoon to the Minister, Deputy Ministers, and the DG and colleagues. We have 7 questions, of which 4 of them will be dealt by myself, and the other 3 will be dealt by the CFO. The first question that came from Honorable Kumalo was on the small-scale fisheries specific support and the impact that we have seen as reported earlier on. I think the department works with other stakeholders that have various mandates. Amongst other things that we have done in terms of support is training on governance, financial management, cooperative compliance, technical mentoring, and support programs that are supported by other entities of government, as I've mentioned. For example, we work with the SEFDA, which is the Small Enterprise Financing and Development Agency, to assist with some of the training. We also work closely with the SETA, that is the Sector Education Training Authority, and as well as the National Development Agency. So some of the training was tailored in terms of the specific requirements of each and every cooperative, basically. And it would include things like business management, value chain development, fish processing, packaging, and some of the technical skills, such as skippering of the vessels and so on. And with these interventions, we are expecting that going forward, the cooperatives will be able to be profitable and sustainable. It's also important to mention that over and above some of these interventions that we are mentioning, we as a department on an annual basis, we do what we call an apportionment of the species, whereby we basically make sure that the small-scale fisheries have a piece of cake on the fish that is available, sharing between themselves as well as the commercial sectors. And again, in the future, once the fish becomes available from the commercial sector, our intention is to then top up the existing basket of species for the small-scale fisheries in order for them to derive the long-term sustainability. Honorable members, I will go to the next question, which also came from Honorable Kumalo on the incentives for the Working for Fisheries program. The incentives currently, the Working for Fisheries program, which is part of the EPWP, funded by the National Treasury, we are on phase 5 of this particular program. And the phase 5 of this particular program comes to an end in 2029. Yes, in 2029. So there's a baseline allocation that is provided through National Treasury and DPWI. So for you to qualify for an incentive, we have to perform. So the reason that we have been receiving this incentive is because we have performed quite well as a Working for Fisheries program. And what is important to note is that we have built sort of in-house capacity, and most of the recruitment and employment is done directly from in-house. So in that way, your turnaround times are much quicker and much faster. You have things within your control, basically. So we advertise, we do the selection, and eventually the recruitment of the EPW. So for us to sustain and keep getting the incentive, we have to keep performing. And so far, we have been doing quite well. So the other 2 questions from Honorable Kumalo, the increase in harbour fees as well as the abalone sales, they will be dealt with by the CFO. I will move now to Honorable Bilankulu. She also has 2 questions, one on aquaculture production decrease and the second one on the specific services provided at the harbors by the department. If I can start with the aquaculture production, yes, indeed, in the past 2-3 years, we have seen some decline when it comes to the aquaculture production. And this can be attributed to 2 main things. The first one is that our biggest subsector in terms of aquaculture is the abalone farming. And our biggest in terms of revenue generated, contribution towards the GDP, jobs created, and export earnings. So what then happened, because more than 90% of our product was going to the Far East, particularly China, and post the COVID, the economy of China was not performing so well, which means that they didn't have the buying power. And then our fish farmers had to hold back in terms of releasing of the product until such a time that the market is conducive. Because what then happened is that the price went down by about 25%, and also the volumes had gone down. But we are hopeful that things are going to start improving, because as of the 1st of May 2026, China has declared 0% tariffs on all agricultural products. And this also includes the abalone farming, which means that we can get a better price. And from September onwards, it's the festive season for China. And normally the increase in terms of the export, we expect it during that period. We have also been trying to diversify the market. We approached the European Union, and they came and they did us an audit. So far, the abalone farmers are busy with the trials to test the markets in the EU. But we also believe that there could be a very good market in the UK. And we've done all the paperwork and submitted to the UK through our partner, which is the National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications, and we are awaiting feedback from the UK. So that will minimize the risk that is currently existing. Another aspect besides the abalone is that we have what we call the Saldanha Bay Aquaculture Development Zone that is managed under the Transnet National Authority, Ports National Authority. And the current fees, because the mussels and the oyster farmers have got to lease space from TNPA, the current fees seem to be not to be sustainable. They are higher, and as a result, some of the small-scale producers close down. We have then approached through the office of the DG, we have approached the CEO of TNPA for them to relook at the fee structure, and they are busy with a valuation in terms of what they are charging is reasonable. The last question, number 4, that I will be taking, this is also from Honorable Bilankulu, is about the specific services provided in the harbors. The services that we provide in the harbors, our role, because this is a dual mandate between us and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. They are the custodian of the fixed assets, and they do all the listing of the properties. We manage only the day-to-day operations, like mooring of vessels, sleeping of vessels, and dry docking of vessels. So that's the main services that we do. And then, of course, the issues of access control on a day-to-day basis. That's our responsibility. So that's the service that we provide to the fishing industry and the small-scale fishers within the harbors. We also have realized that the current maintenance and repair costs are not sustainable because the major repairs and maintenance are a responsibility of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, anything above 500,000. And there's also a need to upgrade the infrastructure within the harbors. But we are having an open platform with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to see how we can put in place a sustainable model going forward. If you have permission, Chairperson, I would like to hand over to the CFO to respond to the other three questions. The other question, I think, from the chair about the replacement of the Afrikaner, my colleague from Oceans and Coast has responded to that. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Samoli. CFO, then will be followed by MLRF.
I think, Chair, it is for the MLRF. I'm going to respond for the CFO for the MLRF.
Oh, okay. Okay, then.
Chair, on the question on the revenue per harbor, we do have a schedule. We have 12 for claim fishing harbors. I'm not sure if whether we should submit, but I can give a detailed breakdown in terms of the different harbors. I'm just going to touch on the big ones. Saldanha Bay, for instance, generate about 1.1 million for this year that we've just finished, and St. Helena Bay is about 750,000. Then your Hout Bay is about 620 million, Kalk Bay 500, nearly 600,000. Lambert's Bay, it's about 340,000. Lake is about 46, is the small harbor. And then Arniston is also a small harbor, it's about 50,000. Stilbaai is about 400.
Mr. Royfontein, you can submit that breakdown in writing.
Okay, thanks, Chair. And then, in terms of just for clarity purpose for the confiscated upload that we can't sell, the under collection, what we won't be having that fee collection anymore going forward in the future. What we've done is to look at there is a process where we are reviewing the fees, but not to overburden the industry, but also to increase our fees because we haven't increased fees in a very long time. And then also the compliance people are looking at alternative ways of issuing more fines, etc. And then instead of the confiscation, they take the whole process to the court processes, and then through those processes, we might get bigger fines. And then in terms of the NSCR, there is a gazette that was issued. I think one of the members wanted to know the details of this process. It's a process that started some time back, and I think it has to do with the food safety program internationally, where the NSCS is required to issue a certificate that they can trace the fish from the area where it was caught up to the plate. And because if we want to export confiscated goods, we can't give that. So it will then not, we won't have that NSCS certificate, so which make it basically for us impossible. So we can't export that product because of the lack of those NSCR certificates. I think in total for there was a question about the total, the VOC budget. We get a total of about 328 million for vessel operating cost. That vessel operating cost, in terms of the detail, again, it's we pay normally that grant is used to pay for the operations of the vessels, which includes your fuel, your manning, and then the repairs. Again, it's also one of those things that you need to have a detailed breakdown of it. And in our annual report, we do give a detailed breakdown of what makes up the total grant, how it's spent, basically, Chair. I'm not sure if I should also submit that via a written report.
Yes, you can, Mr. Royfontein, you can.
Then I'm done, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. DG, do you want to say something before I check with the members whether they have follow-up questions?
I don't have any additions on my side, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, do you have any follow-up questions? Just checking the hands. Okay, no follow-up questions. Thank you very much, DG and the team. Can I then, can you flight the agenda key? Want to see?
Okay, Chair.
Okay. We are going to break for 10 minutes. Then we will start with another presentation. DG, if there's anyone from your team who would like to be released, we will gladly release them. And yeah.
Thank you
Then
very much, Chairperson. I'm going to request that the whole team, they've got a lot of work that they need to do, except those that are representing entities can remain behind. I will also be in the meeting, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ. And thanks very much to your team for their responses. Yeah, let's take a break of 10-minute break, then we will resume shortly. Thank you. Uh, I hope everyone is back. We are now going to move to point number 4. We are going to get a briefing by South African Weather Services. I am now going to hand over to the board chairperson, Ms. Dyer, just to do an overview. Over to you, Ms. Dyer.
Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Khanso, honorable members of the committee, Minister of Forestries, Fisheries and the Environment, to the deputy ministers, Swartz and Singh, the Director General, DDGs, board chair, CEOs, and other officials from both SAWS and SANBI. Good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to present to this House the SAWS performance information for the 2 outer quarters of the 2025-2026 financial year. Parliamentary oversight plays a vital role in strengthening public institutions, and as the board, we appreciate the opportunity to report on our performance and to account for our stewardship of the organization. The performance before the committee today presents a balanced picture. It reflects encouraging progress in several areas while also highlighting matters that require focused oversight and decisive intervention. Having carefully considered the results, the board is satisfied that the organization continued to deliver on the majority of its strategic objectives, achieving 13 out of its 15 annual performance targets, representing an overall achievement of 86.67%. At the same time, we recognize that any targets not achieved deserve our full attention, particularly where they affect the long-term sustainability and resilience of the organization. One of the recurring concerns during the period under review was the generation of unregulated commercial revenue. As a board, we recognize that strengthening financial sustainability is fundamental to ensuring that SAWS continues to fulfill its public mandate while expanding its capacity to invest in scientific capability, critical infrastructure, and innovation. The board also noted challenges relating to the availability of Tier 1 weather radar infrastructure during Q4, which speaks directly to the resilience of the organization and its ability to continue providing reliable weather and climate services to the country. The board has therefore placed renewed emphasis on monitoring management's corrective actions and ensuring that appropriate interventions are implemented. While it is important to acknowledge areas requiring improvement, it is equally important to recognize the dedication and professionalism of the employees of SAWS. Throughout the period under review, they continue to deliver essential services under increasingly demanding circumstances. We also acknowledge the contribution made by the former CEO, Mr. Isham Abada, and his executive management team during the financial year under review. The environment within which SAWS operates continues to evolve rapidly. Climate-related risks are becoming more frequent, more complex, and more consequential for our economy, infrastructure, and communities. This places increasing expectations on the organization to provide reliable, timely, and scientifically credible weather and climate information that enables informed decision-making and ultimately helps protect lives and livelihoods. Against this backdrop, the board remains firmly focused on its governance responsibilities. Our priorities remain the strengthening of financial sustainability, investment in critical infrastructure, enhancement of governance and internal controls, effective risk management, and ensuring that management is equipped and held accountable to deliver on the organization's strategic mandate. We also recognize that the success of SAWS depends on strong partnership. We value our collaboration with the department, with our stakeholders across government and industry, and with this committee. Chairperson and honorable members, the board remains fully committed to supporting management in building an organization that is resilient, financially sustainable, and responsive to South Africa's evolving weather and climate challenges. Thank you.
Before you leave, Chair, just want to do a small exercise with you. Can you say G for girl? G.
Is it G? Is it Ganso, not Hanso? Have I been getting it wrong all this time?
it's fine. I'm just pulling your, yes, it's Gancho. Just pulling your leg. Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Acting CEO, Dr. Mpepia. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Maybe just as a start, if you could see me.
Yes, yes, we can see you.
I'm going to switch it off. I just wanted to make sure that you are sure that it's not an AI at the back. So I'll just switch off. Okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, honorable members and ministers, deputy ministers, colleagues. I'll take you through Q3 and Q4 performance for the South African Weather Service. And I'll only deal with those areas that we couldn't achieve the targets. And I'll first start taking you through 3 and 4, and then after, as the interim CFO, to deal with the performance, with the financial performance. Move over to slide 3, which shows the summary of Q1 to Q3 performance, clearly indicating that we started the year by achieving 7 out of the 13 targets, and move over to Q2 and 3, where we managed to achieve 10 of the 13 targets. If you move to the next slide, 14, slide 4, my apology, we had a total of 12 targets for the third quarter of 2025-26, with 10 targets achieved and 2 not achieved. And those not achieved are contributed to program 4, which I'll deal with that. Quite clear from the summary is that we were able to achieve all those targets, like program 1 that talks to the basis or the basics of why weather service exists, for providing timely weather and accurate weather information and alerts, so as to safeguard life and property. So we also managed to achieve all the targets under program 3, which is the foundation of all the services that we provide. That is the infrastructure and the information and communication system. You can move over to slide 17. Yeah. Slide 17, this program aims to, it's looking at the financial sustainability, the sound corporate governance, and the awareness. So here we couldn't achieve the unregulated commercial revenue. And we had, we started the year with that cyber attack, which really affected some of the data feeds to some of the key clients. And as a result, that really impacted our revenue streams from those partners. Also, we couldn't sign the contract that we have with Eskom. It's normally give us a 5-year contract, and we battled to get it signed on time. And there was also another contract that we couldn't sign on time. It's the challenge, Hydronet, where we're providing services to the Department of Water and Sanitation. So with the 7.6 target couldn't be reached by around 2.2. Some of the corrective action, of course, we were putting all efforts to try and round up all the contracts and also finalize some of the outstanding invoices that were coming from other projects. Moving to the next slide, that talks to the reach, that is the efforts that we put as an organization to reach the vulnerable community. This one, we had a target of 750,000, and we couldn't reach by 35. As an organization, we have in December that implemented a simulcast with radio station based in KwaZulu-Natal, where we educate the community about the impacts of weather and some of the actions that community can take. Those radio stations were Kwenzi, Nongoma, Maputo community stations, and couldn't reach that target because just before we started the simulcast, one of the radio station pulled out because they had an interview with an MEC. So the station that we replaced with couldn't just bring the listenership that we're looking for. However, that target, if we look at the annual target, we were able to exceed it by 154,000. So it was just for that quarter where we couldn't reach out. I'm going to move over. Those were the two areas that the targets that we didn't meet in quarter three. Allow me then to move to quarter four performance. And that is slide 27, which shows, 27. It shows a summary of quarter one to quarter four performance, starting with a percentage of 54, target achieved and reaching close to 79% in quarter four. Slide 28, the next one, shows the summary of quarter four, where a total of 14 targets were pursued in the fourth quarter, with 11 being achieved and 3 not achieved. And I'll deal with those that are not achieved in the next slides. Moving over to slide 29. This slide just shows the preliminary annual results, which indicate an achievement of 13 out of 15 targets and 2 targets not achieved, and exceeding the targets of 80% that we have. And here the main contributor for the non-achievement were, if you move over to the next slide, slide 30. Yeah, just those 2 targets that I was talking about, that from the annual targets that we could not reach, couldn't meet the target. And as a result, one was due to the availability of climate data. Some of the stations that were not giving us data during January, so couldn't catch up. So the target was missed by 1.4 or 1.5%. And also the unregulated commercial revenue, which we couldn't meet. I think the chairperson of the board has already mentioned that. We continue to battle to sign that contract with Eskom and renewing the contract with the Department of Water and Sanitation. But I must say, as talking, we managed to close that contract with Eskom by the 30th of March. It's the one with Department of Water and Sanitation is still outstanding, having challenges there because it's been going for some time. Looks like they might be having challenges with clearing it up with the treasuries and ensuring that we can get that project continuing. And if we move over to slide, which one is that slide where it's looking into slide 32? Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one in quarter four, we couldn't reach the terminal aerodrome forecast accuracy, where we missed that target by 1%. And I must say that everyone remembers that the International Civil Aviation Authority that set the standards have put a target that all countries need to meet of 76%. We are always above that. Yes, for this quarter, we couldn't reach it by that 1%. Of course, there have been activities, the summer and autumn, rainfall activities, and somehow our model seems to be underperforming in other weather events. So we're currently looking into what could be attributing to the misses that we normally do as a standard operating procedure. whenever we miss anything, that we investigate that, we look at, could it be the local environmental factors, whether microclimate variation, or it could be the model underperforming under those, and like areas like George that have got mountains, got influenced, but also by the ocean. So sometimes you find models when coming to those fine areas, it does underperform. And also it could be issues of observation and or personal competencies. But with personal competencies, every few years, I think every 2 years, I'm taking another correction, and the staff that are doing aviation focus, they go through competency testing. So that is something that is for anyone to be providing the aviation forecasting to be assessed every few years. So those are things that we normally check and attribute what could be the problem, and based on that, we address it. But where we are sitting, it does seems like the model that we're using might be underperforming at a certain time. So we will be looking into bringing other models into to see how we can refine those microclimate variation. So the next target that we missed is regarding the radar target, that is slide 40. The main challenges affecting radar availability are largely associated with the supporting infrastructure and peripheral system, and rather not the radar system themselves. So normally you're dealing with issues that could be utility power supply, emergency standby generator, uninterrupted power supply system, air conditioning system, availability of maintenance service, or absolute or critical radar component. And the other thing that sometimes makes us not to miss this target is that our radar installations, they are located in very far remote areas where electricity supply is really most of the time very poor, and where you experience from time to time power interruption or voltage fluctuation, because we're dealing with sensitive instrument. Any fluctuation in that or electric surges will trip it. And some of the municipalities in some of those areas, like in MLO, where they do have, they still have load reductions. So those are some of the inherent things that we deal with normally with our radar. So for the reporting quarter, we couldn't reach the target. Contributing one was Bethlehem. There we had an issue with a standby generator that has experienced a cooling system problem and then overheating. And we have tried our best, and then we could see that it really needs to be replaced because it's obsolete. So we're beginning, we are now in the process of acquiring those spares. The other one in Bloemfontein also, they had a problem with a standby generator that has a broken filter, and that also we're trying to fix it and make sure that the system is back on working. I'll move over to slide 44. This one is talking again to the unregulated revenue, where we managed to achieve 6.8 of the 7.6 million commercial revenue. Again, the recurring theme has been the re-establishment of the data contract with Eskom, and that, because these are one of those clients that we have that contribute substantial to unregulated commercial revenue. So those are the contributing ones that I can say that contributed to us not meeting the commercial revenue. I'll then, Chair, through you, ask that the interim CFO take us through the financial part of the reporting. Over to you, interim CFO.
No, thank you, Dr. Jonas. Good day, Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, Minister and Deputy Ministers, DG of the department, chairperson of the Gulf Board, Ms. Daya, colleagues. So I'll be taking you through the financial report. Allow me to start on slide 48. Chairperson, I'll only be focusing on the fourth quarter because in nature, the numbers are cumulative and similar. So I think what we'll then like to highlight in this slide is that for the year ended the 1st March 2026, our deficit was sitting at about 141 million. The main causes of this deficit, in the main, we've got the negative variance in revenue of about 89 million. We also have a kind of a positive variance in total expenditure of about 40.4. And again, we also have a negative variance in terms of our capital expenditure as well as depreciation and amortization, sitting at around 92 million. So the three components then gives us the total deficit for the whole financial year of about 141 million. So then in terms of the specific of each line item, I'll start on revenue. On revenue, in as far as commercial revenue or revenue from exchange transactions is concerned, I think the chair in terms of the quantum, we are sitting at about 3 million under, but that is just 1%. So I'm not gonna talk much about it. But what I like to focus on is actually the variance of about 86 million, which actually comes from revenue from non-exchange transactions. In the main, this 86 million variance actually comes from our non-achievement in our conditional capex allocation. This is mainly for funding of the projects. So we've got about 68 million under achievement. We've got the National Fire Danger grant, which I think the allocation was about 6. We didn't really spend much because the variance there is sitting at almost 5.9 million, or the 6 million that were given. And obviously, in terms of externally funded projects, Chair, we are having an under recovery, or we do not actually turn these projects to the tune of about 11.6 million. So all this then give us the cumulative revenue negative variance of about 89.1 million. So in terms of expenditure, Chair, we do have administrative expenditure saving at about just less than 2 million. In the main, Chair, the main line items that led to this underspend or saving was because of the saving in internal auditing expense for the whole year. I think we saved just less than 800K or 800,000. In the main, because we had maybe fewer ad hoc audits that had to be carried. Also, I think we had less activities in terms of the board meetings. So we also declared a saving of about 240K in that. There were also slow our uptake in terms of trading for our staff, whereby the year-end or annual saving in that line item, I think amounted to just less than 600K. So at the high level, that's where the 2 million saving in admin is coming from. So in terms of operating expenditure, I think the CEO has already highlighted on the non-realization of the ESCOM contract in the May. So what then happened in terms of the operating expenditure? Obviously, we then had a saving in the line item of cost of sales, specifically for the ESCOM contract, because we couldn't then procure the equipment that was needed to actually render such services. So in the cost of sales, we saved about almost 5 million. So and as well as because of having the diesel purchases or power generation, whereby we actually anticipated to spend a certain amount, but we could actually also realize almost about 1.8 million in savings from diesel or power generation spending because of the discontinuation of load shedding by ESCOM. So in the main, Chair, so in the 8 million saving from operating expenditure is usually mainly because of that. Electricity and power generation service, as well as the cost of sales in the main from the ESCOM contract that we could not service the contract, and as a result, we could not procure those needed equipment to actually service that contract. So in terms of the cost of employee, I think we've got a high saving of about 32 million for the whole financial in the main. This is due to vacancies that we still have in this for the period April to March 2026. So the main reason is that is just because of those vacancies. We've got vacancies even at executive management level. So, and then with regard to other line items, depreciation, I think we have an overspend of about 10 million. We budgeted about 26, but the year-end amount came about 36 million. So in terms of capital expenditure, this is linked to the capital conditional grant item that we actually were able to implement in the current financial year. So in this later part of the table, we're actually then showing it as a cash flow item, negative cash flow item. Hence, then all these then amounts give us that's where we get the cumulative deficit for the whole financial year of about 141 million. So if we then can move to slide number 54, because I've already touched base on all the other items. Yes, here, I think here, Chair, what we'd like to just highlight is we'd like to then highlight our receivables. We're seeing that at the end of the year, our total receivables were about 24.8 million. However, we're seeing the risk-free receivable, or where we're not concerned, or that where we're seeing there's low risk, is about in our current receivables, we're seeing about 17 million, which actually amounts to approximately 70% of the total receivables. And we're then saying about 3.75 million, which is sitting in over 120 days. That's where the risk for us is. That's where we're actually experiencing collection challenges. But however, here, I think one of the mitigating measures that we've actually backdoored is we actually engaged the services of a debt collection agent, which will actually be helping us in terms of trying to recover the old debt, because in terms of what we are actually be able to be, because if you then look at what we built in February, for example, in 26, we actually built about 16.7 million, and we're actually able to then collect about 16.3 million. So in reality, in as far as we're concerned, we don't have issues in terms of collecting on current invoices or recent invoices. But however, the challenge remains in collecting from the old debt, or what we call the legacy debt. And I think, members, this is where I like to leave it. Summarize the whole financial performance for the entity, noting where the 141 deficit is coming from, and we're just highlighting in terms of reasonable collections as to where there are issues, where we see risk going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Okay. Source is done with the presentation. I'm going to move to Sanbi. Then it will be followed by the clarity seeking questions for both presentations. I am now going to hand over to the board chairperson of Sanbi, Dr. Tau.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you, Chairperson. Greetings to the Honorable Minister and Honorable Members, Honorable Deputy Minister Benny Swartz and Deputy Minister Narayan Singh, Board Chairpersons, CEOs and Executive Management of the DFFE entities present today, the Director General and his and her team, Good day, all of you. It is my distinct honor and privilege to be leading the SANBI delegation for today's Portfolio Committee briefing on the performance of the Institute in the third and fourth quarters of the 25-26 financial year. SANBI achieved a performance of 100% in the third quarter and concluded the fourth quarter with an annual performance rating of 96%, representing a delivery of 26 out of a total of 27 annual mandate-related outputs. This is a commendable achievement at the end of the financial year. The APP against which SANBI is reporting represents a key part of the implementation of the Institute's broader medium-term mandate outcomes, inclusive of ministerial priorities for the sector and strategic organizational priorities as defined by the board, which I represent today. I wish to briefly highlight a few issues under 4 categories in this regard, notably Category 1, the governance, compliance, and improved audit outcome. By the fourth quarter of the 25-26 financial year, 90% of audit improvement actions from the prior year as AGSA audit process were fully implemented. 26 of the 29 audit actions were implemented, with the remaining 3 actions in progress and at an advanced stage of finalization. On Category 2, which is biodiversity research, science and mandate programs, in the third quarter, SANBI finalized the important work on the development of the National Biodiversity Assessment. This report on the state of national biodiversity was publicly launched in December 2025. Within this context, SANBI carried out several key activities in the execution of its role as the Technical and Scientific Cooperation Support Center for the Southern Africa Development Corporation in the SADC region. This included a number of stakeholder engagements and resource mobilization following the launch of the center in August 2025. SANBI continued to support the department in the implementation of the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy by providing technical and scientific input. I move to Category 3, which is about the National Botanical and Zoological Gardens. Over 1.7 million visitors walked through South Africa's network of 13 National Botanical and Zoological Gardens during the 2025-26 financial year. This reaffirms the importance of national gardens in our society and the need for adequate investment in infrastructure maintenance and investment. A significant number of these visitors were participants in different environmental management education programs. And in March 2025, SANBI hosted the National Gardens Open Week, which is opening up access to the gardens to all South Africans for free for 5 and 7 days in different categories. I'm moving now to the 4th category. This relates to implementation of SANBI's financial sustainability strategy. Significant progress was made in the areas of resource mobilization beyond the fiscus, which raised from the external funders and over 195 million in own income generated from SANBI operations. SANBI continues to work with the shareholder, the National Treasury, pursuing a sustainable financial model for the entity. Honorable Chair and members, I will pause here and with your permission, request the CEO and team to take the Portfolio Committee through the details of Santi's presentation for today. I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Over to you, Mr. Mutsetsi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I hope I can be heard as I continue. Thank you, honorable members, honorable Minister, honorable Deputy Ministers, Singh and Schwartz, board chairs that are represented here, DG and colleagues. I will start from slide number 45. Slide number 45 presents a picture of where we were by the end of the financial year as it relates to our performance in Q3. Noting that, Chair, we had achieved 100% in Q3. All the programs were at 100% by the end of Q3 as reflected there. 27 targets that we had in the financial year were all achieved. Let's move on to slide number 46. Slide number 46 affirms and confirms the same. I will move now to slide number 48. Slide number 48 goes to Q4. This slide presents the different programs and how we fared on that. But at the end of Q4, our overall achievement was 96%, meaning that 26 of 27 targets were covered. Let's move on to...
Just hold on, Mr. Mutsetsi. Just hold on. Karim, or Kiran, can you mute your mic? Or may I request that he be removed from the platform? Sorry for that, Mr. Mutsetsi. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I was saying that at the end of Q4, Sambi performance was sitting at 96%, meaning that 26 of 27 targets were achieved. The one target that was not achieved, if we go to the next slide, which is slide number 49, also affirming the same, slide number 50, gives a picture of the different quarters coming together, showing the improvement and what has been happening throughout financial year in different quarters, but also interfacing that with how we fared in the previous year or prior years from 2022, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25, and showing that significant improvement indeed from the previous financial year. Let's go to slide number 51, just specifically to talk to the area that we didn't achieve. Honorable Chair would always come and speak to this work around biosecurity, how important it is for the country, especially when it comes to dealing with the impact of biological invasions in the country and how it affects our biodiversity, the environment, socio-economic implications, and so here we managed to do 33 out of 35 that we had set out to do in terms of the actual annual target. The 15 that were done right in the quarter take us to 33 out of 35. So we couldn't do all, and we have put measures to deal with this moving forward. It was just a function of the finances that could not cover the capacity that we needed at the time. And then we ended up receiving those funds a little bit later than we were supposed to have. This process is very much involving because it goes through different stages that risk analysis would have to be peer reviewed even by external parties, meaning that we would have to do that a bit earlier. So that was the impact, but we have since sorted it out, working together and being supported by the department in this regard. Let's move on to slide number 53. I'll just indicate some few areas that would be considered as highlights in different quarters and in different programs. One of the highlights that I would like to indicate had to do with visitor numbers. We exceeded the target at the time. But also, on the other hand, this program that we have always been reporting on, which we call Sambi Greening Energy and Water Conservation Strategy, this is meant to take us to a different level in terms of resource efficiencies. So we use alternate source of water, boreholes also coming to the fore, and even grey water in other areas as well for the maintenance and watering the gardens. But when it comes to the issue of energy saving, we are proud to announce that the head office building currently in Pretoria, it's operating off the grid most of the time. We only switch in times when such could be required, but we're doing well on that, and would want to roll that out in different areas. And as you can see in some of the projects that we regarded as a capital development, we prioritize this particular matter so that in no time we find all the gardens also off grid as much as possible. Let's go to slide number 59. Slide number 59 provides other highlights insofar as it relates to program 2, which deals with research. In this case, I just want to highlight that bullet number 1 that talks to the National Biodiversity Assessment. I think the chair spoke about that. This is the state of biodiversity in the country, done every 7 years, where information is provided on how ecosystem species and species are, the trends associated with that in terms of protection level and threat level. We have provided that report. It's a mandate issue that is also covered and required in terms of the National Environment Management Biodiversity Act. So we managed to deliver on that. Quite important as well is this issue of the Technical and Scientific Cooperation Support Center, where South Africa is nominated to coordinate such work and work with the convention, UN Convention on Biological Diversity, but coordinating and working with SADC countries. It's one of the 18 centers that have been established to continue with the work and the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Quite an honor indeed. I just received a note from the colleagues that are in one of the UN meetings currently that South Africa, Sandy presented on the developments and where we are on this particular work, and it's quite commendable, and there are lots of appreciations for that matter. Beyond that, we are also looking at enhancing the capacity and being supported by the international community. And then we can also then move to slide number 66. The highlights indicated there are mainly in the human capital development space. Just to affirm, I think the committee would always ask about environmental education programs. These are key because our botanical gardens and zoological gardens are meant to also provide environmental education programs and educational experiences that are aligned to the curriculum of the country, including research and other related activities. So in this case, the numbers show for themselves that we exceeded the targets that we had set for ourselves. More than 1,757 educational groups representing more than or around 100,000 individuals came through the different gardens for structured programs that are supporting the curriculum, which is quite interesting indeed. Slide number 71 shows some other highlights that are related to financial sustainability. Chair, we have reported previously that we went through a rough patch, especially last year, when it comes to issues of cash flow and the implications that thereof. We'd like to thank the department for continuing to work with us in resolving these matters. They came on board as a shareholder, but we are still working together, we're still working together now with the National Treasury, especially to resolve issues associated with the funding model for an entity like ours, which is a Schedule 3A entity, mainly dealing with public good, very heavy on research, very heavy also on matters that would require the fiscus to support. In that case, we want to thank the department in this journey, and we're hoping that we'll be able to stabilize the system. The other matters associated with finance, I would request, I think it was not indicated earlier on, Chair, that the CFO, Ms. Lapefo, could not join us on account of health. She has requested one of the team members, Ms. Thelma Mungufal, who is here, will take us through, I think, from slide 75 and some key areas that she will highlight in the slides that she would want to emphasize. That's what I would want to present, Chair, that we are sitting at 96% at the end of the fourth quarter. Thelma, you can take over from here. And then you take it from slide 75 onwards. Thank you.
Thank you, CE. You said it's Thelma who's going to take over?
Yes, it's Thelma who is going to take over. Thelma, we can't hear you. If you're speaking, your mic may not be on. That's why the...
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, and Deputy Ministers, the board chairs in the room, and all the officials on the call. Thank you for the opportunity to present. We have, Chair, we have provided a comprehensive overview of Q3 already on the report. With your permission, we'll go straight to Q4 financial performance on slide 76 as it's already displaying. Chair, the Q4 figures that we've presented are the interim results submitted to the auditor, to the Auditor General for the 2025 and 2026 financial year. And looking more closely to the statement of financial position, to the statement of financial performance prior in comparison to the current year, our revenue has improved by 10%, while the non-exchange revenue declined by 13%. The decline of the non-exchange revenue is mainly due to lower grant funding, including reductions in grant funding for EPWP and our infrastructure. When we move to the expenditure side, SANBI had to implement cost containment measures and reprioritization measures to align spending with the allocated budget. As a result, as we can see, both employee costs and operating expenditure has decreased from previous year to current year by 9% and 3% respectively. So in overall, SANBI ended the quarter with a surplus of 8 million. Moving to the next slide, Chair. Furthermore, on the budget side, we are pleased to report that the total revenue generated was 5% above what has been budgeted for, whilst the expenditure was 4% above budget. And this is primarily due to additional spending associated with additional funding received during the year. Then we can move over to the financial position, which would be the next slide. So in terms of the financial position at the end of the financial year, we've seen an increase in both current and non-current assets, which is by 36%. This has been driven by higher cash balances at the end of the year due to a grant that we secured in the previous financial year. And subsequently, we've also seen an increase in liabilities, also linked to the unspent conditional grant funding balance at the end of the year. Moving over to the next slide, I would like to highlight that SANBI remains both liquid and solvent, and we continue to demonstrate a strong financial position despite the challenges that we have faced during the financial year. I've already touched on the increase in current assets and increase in current liabilities, so we can move to the next slide. With regards to external audit matters, there were 3 outstanding matters at the end of the quarter. Out of those 3 matters, 2 had not been resolved due to budget constraints, while the other was just awaiting confirmation from the auditors to close it. I'm pleased to report that all the 3 findings were subsequently resolved as we speak. With your permission, Chair, I will hand over back to our Chief Executive.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, that's the report from SANBI reflecting on the performance of quarter 3 and quarter 4. Thank you.
Thank you, CE. Okay. To check. Honorable members, that is the report from SANBI. I will now note hands for clarity seeking questions on both presentations. I am now noting hands, honorable members. I know Honorable Pilankulu, you are kind of handicapped by your gadget. I'll then note you.
Yes.
I'll start with you, Honorable Pilankulu. I see the hand of Honorable Kumalo, followed by Honorable Mkize, and then Honorable De Block. I'll start with you, Honorable Pilankulu.
Thank you, Chair, once more. And I would just like to appreciate the report from SAWS and SANBI. I've got 2 questions, Chair, to ask. And I've got problems with my glasses today, The first question, Chair, is that it goes to South African Weather Services. The complexities section in the quarter 1 to quarter 3 summary mentions residual impact of the 2025 cybersecurity incident affecting revenue. How has the SAWS approach to reporting and mitigating this ongoing impact involved between quarter 3 and quarter 4? What concrete steps have been taken to fix inconsistent and inefficient replication of climate data? The last one, Chair, from SAWS. What strategic shift or enhanced collection efforts are being considered to reduce the aging debt and the resilient on provision for doubtful debts? Coming to Sanbi, Chair, what are the biggest bottlenecks preventing policy from translating into on-the-ground conservation outcomes? How are local communities benefiting economically from biodiversity conservation? And what are the ethical and practical implications for SANBI's service delivery and workforce when facing a critical operation constraints that risks meeting salary obligations? The last one, Chair. How is SANBI actively translating its vision of biodiversity, delivering sustainable benefits for all into tangible, equitable outcomes for South Africans, particularly marginalized communities? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Belangulu. Honorable Kumalo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Chair, my first question goes to South African Weather Services. One, why are the effects of the 2025 cyber security incident still affecting revenue generation? Why did unregulated commercial revenue significantly underperform targets, and is the business model viable? Why is revenue so dependent on delayed contracts of Hydronet and Eskom, and what is being done to diversify? To SANBI Chairperson, how do you reconcile strong reported performance? Oh, Jesus. Oh, can I start afresh, Chair? How do you reconcile strong reported performance with ongoing biodiversity loss nationally? Given the critical reliance on conditional grants, like if Chairperson, I'm having a problem with my given the critical reliance on conditional grants like EPWP for mandated work, what is SANBI's long-term strategy to ensure functional continuity if these funding streams remain unstable? How can SANBI strategically balance income generation with its core conservation mandate to prevent commercial activities from compromising scientific objectives? What is the compelling case SANBI will present to secure the 50 million rand per annum in unconditional grant funding essential for biological innovations management? Beyond budget, what systemic changes or partnerships are crucial for SANBI to build resilient capacity in risk analysis for invasive species? Thank you, Chairperson. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Honorable Mkiza.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Based on the presentation from SARS, the entity failed to meet commercial revenue due to delay in renewing the Eskom and Department of Water and Sanitation contracts, as they said. Can South African Weather Services give information on what is the current status of this contract? And by when does SARS expect to recover the lost revenue? SARS also failed to reach its awareness target for people living in vulnerable areas after a key radio station withdrew from the campaign. Now, what alternative communication strategy has SARS implemented to ensure that vulnerable communities living in different areas receive timers weather warning in future? In regards to SANBI presentation, the report they reported that they received 100% achievement against all 27 Q3 targets. I'm interested to know what independent verification mechanism were used to ensure that these reported achievements reflect measurable improvement in biodiversity conservation outcome and not merely the compliance with administrative targets. Also, in the presentation, it shows that SANBI exceeded several performance targets, including visitor numbers and research outputs. Can they provide evidence of how these achievements have translated into tangible benefits for biodiversity conservation, local communities, and job creation, rather than simply meeting numerical indicators? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. Honorable de Blok.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon once again to everybody on the meeting and listening in. Thank you for the presentations to SARS and SANBI. It's much appreciated. I have just one comment on SANBI, and Chair, it applies to the department and any other entities. I think what SANBI did really nicely is also highlighted some of their great successes. We tend to focus a lot on underachievements and failures to achieve for the sake of time, but it is sometimes nice to also celebrate where our entities and our department excel. There's also good news to tell. But that aside, I don't have any questions for SANBI, but I do have questions for SARS, and it relates to something that both Kabazela, Honorable Mkhize, and Honorable Khumalo have brought up around the 2 contracts and the unregulated commercial revenue generation. It's the only target where when you missed it, you only missed it, well, you didn't miss it by sort of 1 or 2%. This was a 24 million rand shortfall on a 30 million rand target. And my question is, if those 2 contracts with Eskom and the DWS had come through, would they have made up that 24 million, or would there still have been a shortfall? The value of those contracts wasn't given unless I missed it. And are there no other corrective measures or alternative income streams being looked into to make sure that we hit that target in future? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable de Blok. From my side, I think I am covered by the latter speaker on this question that he has raised, and also on SANBI as well. There was a question that was raised by Honorable Khumalo that I'm covered. I'll ask only 2 questions, one from for SARS. With SARS recording a net deficit of 441.32 million at year end, driven by reduced conditional grants and lower than budgeted operational inflows, what is the board approved turnaround strategy to restore financial balance over the next MTEF cycle? That one is for South African Weather Services. On SANBI, with an estimated 55 million required immediately to repair catastrophic flood damages at the Thohoyandou and Lowveld National Botanic Gardens, what emergency fiscal relief or reprioritized conditional grants have been secured from the Department or National Treasury to execute these Build Back Better interventions? Those were the two questions from my side. I am now going to hand over to the CEO of South African Weather Services and the team, then will be followed by Sanbi. Over to you, Source. Dr. Mpepia, Acting CEO of Source.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, thank you so much. I'll ask my colleagues to help me once with some of the questions, but let me kickstart by addressing the commercial one, because it seems like all honorable members were either directly or indirectly dealing with that. Currently, the commercial revenue that is consisting of two elements: the regulated one, which is coming from the airlines, and the unregulated one. This is where we get funding from donor funding or externally funded projects. And in here, what we're talking about, external funded project could be those that we're writing proposal for funding, could be a Global Environmental Fund, and also the other ones, the commercial stream could be coming from partnership. We do have close to about 5 partnerships that we work with, that and we share the profit. And the other ones will be the ones that we tender straight, like the ESCOM one that we're talking about, and the HydroNet one where we tender and then we get a contract. So over the year, and for the partnership one was impacted to a large extent by the CEBA feed, because here you're talking about some of the lines that are connecting us and the partners. And when they couldn't get that data, they couldn't then provide the services, and hence that impacted us at the commercial side part of it. But we did restore that, and although it just took 2 months to restore it, but that was restored. But we're just talking the impact thereof. On the ESCOM one and the HydroNet one, there was also a question of the current status of those contracts. ESCOM we have since signed that one, and the other one of HydroNet is still not being signed. The contract came to an end in November, and in March, the department told us that they are starting a market analysis. I think this is one of the things that is delaying the whole process, because PFMA wants, after you have got the contract for some time, you need to test the market. So that will be delayed. There was also a question whether those 2 contracts, if they come through, will meet the target. I'll say no. Although it was a substantial amount, I don't think we'll have met that. The other funds from other projects will have maybe come in, but here we're just elevating those that had a huge amount of money that we couldn't get. Hence why we're just elevating the 2. And the other thing around the commercial side of the business and the diversification, I think we are, and I must also say thanks to Deputy Minister Swart also assisting us. We've written to some of the key departments where we're beginning to say there's certain services that we're providing that we want to have a talk and see how we can either recover some of those costs, and or maybe in other areas it could be where we think there's potential to get a revenue from, and then if we can partner with those key departments, and then we'll be able to grow our revenue. This is a model that is to a large extent carried out by a lot of countries out there, where they work closely with key departments, whether it's transport, water affairs, or NDM, National Disaster Management Structure, to fine-tune some of the product that we provide and derive revenue from. So we've made attempts with them, and then I think there's if we can spend some time with them, we'll be able to recover the funding. But the other part where we're sitting is that there's a need for us to have a dedicated project management unit where you have a smaller team of people just looking at writing proposal. And as when they get the proposal, they then implement that. Because currently, with the current staff, you expect the person to be looking at the forecasting to start writing, and the same scientists also to be starting to write proposal. And when the proposal comes, the person still have to implement that. So there's a need for us to have that dedicated unit purely just to drive the funders, because there is money especially in the climate space, where the department has been helping us quite a lot. And even now, as we're talking, there are other projects that we'll be working with SANBI on in implementing them going forward. But besides that, also, there are some other proposals that will be helping us in infrastructure and the services that we've submitted, working with SANBI also that on the climate space. But where I'm sitting, if we have to grow that and have a dedicated a project management team that just drive the commercial part of it, it will take us somewhere. But besides that also is to begin to look at other sectors like maritime, where we need to be starting to say, how much are we providing, the service that we're providing, can we recover that? Can we move into just to be like the aviation and have have a cost recovery model? So those will be some of the initiatives and some of the diversification that we will have. But again, the issue here that we're dealing with the portfolio members is that the funding model of weather service needs to be relooked at. You have an organization that is heavily on infrastructure. There are huge infrastructure that is inland, in the atmosphere, in the ocean, in islands, all of that having to be communicated back to head office and running huge model ICT infrastructure and have the human capital. So you have that fixed cost that you can never change irrespective of what you do. So it's something that we're working with our DG to begin to have a conversation with Treasury to say, can we really look at an organization that is so heavily dependent on youth infrastructure, how it can be funded? Of course, currently where we're sitting in a situation where in this MTF, where in fact, starting from this year or last year, I forgot, but then I'll correct that. The funding that goes, we can only recover. We are unable to recover for employee cost. So we are sitting on, I think, eyes. We really need to do certain things quickly and addressing them, and ensuring that we can be able to continue providing the services that we've been mandated to do. So, but at the essence of it, when dealing with commercial, it needs to be dealt with broadly, looking at how we fund it, what is possible when we look at the unregulated revenue, because I can show you trends over the past 15 years. The unregulated revenue has always moved from 4 to 6%. In which the regulated one sitting around 36% and the rest coming from government. So you can stretch it, but I don't think you can stretch it to that extent where you can then sit and say, no, we are okay with it. So hence the discussions that will be needed. But again, the discussion is, can we move this weather service to be recognized as a critical infrastructure, given the fact that some of the infrastructure that we have are so critical, and tampering with them really, we're really having challenges. Challenges stem from sites where every 5 years you get told that you need to test the market, you need to move the radar, which you have constructed. Sometimes you're dealing with issues of frequencies where people want to build solar or wind farms, and that disturbs our frequencies. Now we have to move. So there are quite a lot of issues that we're beginning to engage through with the department and Treasury to see if the funding part of it can it move into and be classified as a strategic asset. But those are the conversations that we'll be moving on. Again, the other one that we talking the communication, there was another question on the communication side. through the DM, we'll be working with NDMC to strengthen the relationship that we have, because we believe that if we could work closely, we could get more also from how we reach our communities. So that radio station that pulled up, we're able to fill it up with another one, but unfortunately didn't give us the listenership to reach that target. But we have, the annual target was missed. And I must say, honorable member, the effort that you're seeing that we're putting to reaching the vulnerable community, it's coming from funding that we normally get from projects. Whenever we're doing other projects, we'll always put a spin into the project to say, we want to communicate what we're providing and make sure that our community understand that. Is it enough? I'll say not at all. Can we do more? Yes, we can do more. And that's where now the partnership will be critical between us and disaster structures and NGOs and the communities and the donors, so as to make sure that information that we provide reach our communities timely and well. There was also a question around what did we do to our database? It was more internally ensuring that we streamline our processes, getting all colleagues, because the interfaces between technical ICT and the data bank, to ensure that at all times that the whole value chain is the process part of it is streamlined, and ensuring that we can meet those data quality and turn around the corner. I'm not sure if, can I ask maybe one of the colleagues, Lew, you want to come in if I miss something, so that I can just look at some of the question, and if I still have to come back. But then I think the main question that I dealt with, either directly or indirectly, that around the commercial part and the commercialization. Maybe the CFO, you can deal with the strategies and around the data collections and what do we have. And then if there's anything that you want to come in also, you're welcome to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, no, thanks, and good day once again, members. So I'll just touch on the collection strategies. So generally speaking, we do follow, we do have processes in-house whereby we regularly follow up on outstanding debt. We first of all, we invoice them on the first of every month. We send them statements. We follow them through with calls to make them pay. Where they don't pay, we send remind letters. If, at the worst case, we'll even involve our internal legal counsel. But I think, and I must say that has been working, because if you then look at what the ratio between what we actually invoice or bill on a monthly basis and what we are able to then recover, I think we're able to recover almost about, or collect about 8% of what we invoice on a monthly basis. The issue is with regard to the old legacy debt. That's where we're like struggling to collect debts. That's why we actually even involve the services of an outside debt collection management agent. And I think we actually forwarded about almost 6 million of debts to the debt collection agency to actually assist us in terms of collecting from where they are sitting. Remember, when we actually give that listing to them, at least they can collect more, because they've got more resources. They've got more financial motivation in terms of the percentage of amount that will then be able to like pay to them once they are successful in recovery. But I think the essence is that, yes, are we then able to then collect what we normally invoice on a month-to-month basis? Then we would say yes. If we're saying about 98% or so of what we actually invoicing monthly, we're able to then collect, then yes, we're saying our collection efforts are adequate. Obviously, we can improve it going forward. But I think to emphasize that we are actually looking at other options like the debt management collection agents. So in summary, I think we are adequate. Our collection efforts are adequate. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kolwane.
Chair, I think that's all. I was just looking at whether there are any other questions that we might have not covered, but it looks like I've extensively dealt with some of those things that are important around the commercial side. And yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Mbepia. Let's then move to Sanbi. Mr. Mutsetsa.
Yes. Honorable Chair, honorable members, thank you very much for the questions. I think Honorable Bilankulu asked a question related to the impact of the work that Sanbi does. I think it's quite covered part of it as part of what our mandate is when it got to be defined in the act that I referred to. But there are some critical areas, I think, agreeing with Honorable Bilankulu that the issue for us is to look at the impact and the outcomes. And in the definition of the targets, that becomes a key measure of whether our APP and the plans and the targets that we're setting are going to make any difference or not. Of course, with that alignment that I'm referring to. We had, if you check on the what we call the value chains that we create, the gardens that we have in different areas, I just want to also qualify this particular issue or notion that sometimes we may think that we only work in national botanical gardens and national zoological gardens. The work of SANBI is similar to the work of of SOurce. It cuts across, whether it's marine, below, above, terrestrial, coastal, estuarine, and any other aspect associated with biodiversity. We exist to provide the information and the evidence that has to support decision making, and such decision making would have to protect the environment. I'll take, for an example, the targets that we have associated with our interface with local government, specifically to protect strategic water sources. Also, on the other hand, not only to protect strategic water sources, but to provide evidence that at a local level would have to be used to protect certain areas of critical importance. We just released, as I indicated earlier on in one of the slides, the National Biodiversity Assessment. The assessment itself provides the state of biodiversity currently, and looking backwards, I mean, some few years, 7 years back, as to where we were and where we are now, and where we'll be going if we do nothing. Certain things would be compromised. In that report, it's very clear on one area that there are certain ecosystems that are least protected currently, but highly impacted or affected, but least protected. One of those would be wetlands and rivers, for an example. Out of that outcome, it's not only to release the information and only the data that affirms that, but then the question is, what now? What do we have to do as a country? Which stakeholders will be relevant? And then we trigger then the part of science policy interface or mainstreaming to say, if these targets are supposed to be providing certain services to protect rivers and wetlands, they need to do it in this manner. And these are the pressure points. We come into different scales to in that regard. So that is one part of the impact. There may be others. I can just go and indicate a number of them, but not now. Similar to the area of biosecurity, I think it was Honorable Kumalo that referred to biosecurity and the 50 million required in that space. That money is nothing compared to the many losses and multiple losses in different forms, and the impact, some of them socioeconomic, some of them from a water security perspective, that if we don't respond appropriately on the impact of biological invasions in the country, that's a staggering. In the previous report that we released 3 years ago, I think it was in the agricultural sector, with some of the biological invasions like short-haul borer and others, and how they impact on the agricultural production of the country. That information is important to indicate the need for us to invest in such areas, because investing in such areas will save more than 1,000 times of what we could have lost as a country. So our work, in some cases, people may not necessarily see at a face value, apart from the creation of value chains through activities that are linked to some of the activities that happen in our gardens. But what happens out there? I was looking at some of the statistics here that are saying that more than 1.2 trillion of assets in the South African banking system is highly dependent on water. Our work and the work that we do and the information that we provide is to protect these assets so that these outputs and the assets should serve or could serve the country. 12% of the tourists that travel in South Africa, they come to see nature. Our work would say there are certain critical biodiversity areas that play a particular role. They need to be protected. I can go on and on and on. Medicinal plants and animals underpin the work of some, I think of around 200,000 traditional health practitioners in the country. Those species need to be protected. And we have a footprint there as SANBI. Not to mention also that in the 2019 report, 480,000 jobs in the country. In itself, it's a testimony of the work that we do across the country, all over the country. There was a question also that referred to biosecurity that I referred to here, the 50 million rands that I think Honorable Kumalo related to. We need stability in that space. That is the area that we didn't achieve on biosecurity. Risk analysis. Risk analysis would mean that we look at what are the things that are threatening the country from a biosecurity, biological security perspective, and how do we respond to them. We provide an analysis of the nature of the impact, but we also provide an analysis of the current response measures and also recommendations on what needs to be done so that investments are directed. The Working for Water, for example, would have to rely or does rely on this information. The regulations on on biosecurity or those that deal with alien invasives currently, they rely on this information, and that information needs to be updated because there are things that are moving into the country on a regular basis. The pathways are known, and then we follow on those. We deal with things upfront just before they establish themselves, because later on then it becomes a problem. To that extent, we also provide protocols on how to respond to them in a cost-effective manner and not wait for later when it can become more complicated. Hence, on conditional grants, we are a Schedule 3A entity, as I indicated earlier on, mainly to deal with the public good and related matters. We're not like the others that may be income, not only income generating or profit making like businesses. We deal with all these biological assets with the understanding, and also the law says that they fall within the category of public goods. We need to be funded appropriately. We've got scientists who are well established, providing information that is needed for decision making in a number of areas, not only by government, but also by other people that have direct or indirect implication or impact on the environment. In that regard, the call and what we've been working with towards with the department is that this has to be recognized and be funded appropriately. The vacancy rate that I referred to of 24% currently is unsustainable. What we can live with is anything that is below 10%, 8.5 and going down, so that we can provide these services that we are set to do and articulated in law. And the work with DFFE and National Treasury along in that regard is to find a financing model that works for us and for the delivery of this mandate that we have. Notwithstanding the fact that we do generate income, which may not cover all these things that we are referring to appropriately. And we do generate and work on resource mobilization with partners that will come on board, some of them coming from outside with interest in different specific programs. Of course, some of them or most of them relate to our mandate, but not dealing with the core aspects in that regard. So that part of spending would always have to be. There was a question about I think it was Honorable Mkhize who spoke about the independent verification. That looking at the appropriateness of targets right from the design of those targets. That's why we come to the portfolio committee and say, this is what we're looking for moving into the future. And that would have gone through a rigorous process internally, also interfacing with the department, internally with our own internal auditors, the ARC, which is the board committee, the board itself, and also the departmental processes. And they analyze that to say you're right within your mandate and you are pitching it where it's supposed to be pitched. Of course, looking at the medium-term development framework and also the our country's priorities, how are all those targets going to have an interface and deliver on what government would need to deliver in terms of its mandate broadly. So we look at that. So it's more than just a target set. And that's why even in the midterm adjustment, we would also have to look at whether we are on the right track. And all of these things are verified. Part of what the Auditor General is now also emphasizing is the very same issue that the Honorable Mkhize is raising, the impact of the work that we do. And that gets to be qualified and also assessed in that regard. There was an issue about the salary obligations and the risks. I think it interfaces with the point that we raised earlier on the cash flow and related matters. Hence the call for and the efforts that we are putting through together with National Treasury and DFFE to find a model that would not put us in the situation that we found ourselves last year. And we learned a lot in that process. And I'm hopeful that over a short to medium term, we'll be able to stabilize. 3A entities with the work that they do, they need proper stabilization. We don't want to lose the scientists that we have. Getting them to where they are now takes a lot of investment from government. And we don't want to lose them to anything else beyond, because this is required. Not long from now, we'll be launching or releasing the report on the impact of biological invasions in the country. It's informed by this scientific work and the expertise that we need to keep, similar to the other report that I referred to on the state of biodiversity in the country. Honorable Chair, for the matter that was raised on climate change and related work, I would ask Dr. Burnett to also reflect on that. Suffice to say that we've got a dedicated team that's set, but albeit being externally funded, to look at how best the country can use ecosystems-based adaptation to respond to the threats of climate change, be it fires or floods or droughts. Burnett, if you can come on that one, in line with the question that was raised, just to emphasize the importance of this work and what it's meant to do.
Thanks very much, CEO, and good afternoon, honorable members. I hope I will be audible because your sound has been cutting for me a little bit, so please let me know if not. I anchor SANBI's climate change adaptation work, and the team then provides this dedicated support in SANBI for SANBI, but also for the partners that we work with. We are accredited with two big global funds, the Adaptation Fund and the Green Climate Fund, following a nomination from the department that we apply for this accreditation. It's quite an onerous task, but it puts us alongside the UN agencies and the big banks in terms of being able to access these multilateral funds. And these funds are made available for developing countries like South Africa to support communities who are vulnerable to climate change, to adjust and adapt to the impacts of climate change. So all of the funding is designed to have direct impacts for vulnerable communities. We only work in vulnerable communities who are often not part of the formal economy, and in all cases not responsible for causing the climate change that is then resulting in the adverse impacts that they are subjected to. In our programming, we're always weaving ecosystem-based adaptation into our work and really making the case that biodiversity underpins sustainable livelihoods, especially in the face of the climate futures that we face. We have successfully closed our 2 adaptation fund projects already. They were worth $10 million. I'm sorry, I'm not able to give the rand amount, but benefited thousands of people in the Mopani district, the Namakwa district, so that's Limpopo, Northern Cape, and the Umgungundlovu district municipality in KZN. And we are currently starting off the implementation of a very new project that is helping us respond to floods, fires, and droughts. We call it Ecosystem-Based Disaster Risk Reduction Project, and it is playing out in 4 district municipalities as well: Alfred and Zo in the Eastern Cape, Ehlanzeni in Mpumalanga, Ngaka-Modiri Molewa in the Northwest, and in Sekhukhune in Limpopo. And this project will benefit 366,000 direct beneficiaries through jobs and improved livelihoods, as well as a further 5.1 million people through the early warning system work that is being supported by SAWS and also SALGA and partners. And there's several other projects in the pipeline, one looking at smallholder farmers, one on our strategic water source areas. I think this committee must know that 50% of the water we have in South Africa comes from 10% of the land. And we have a big project that is looking at how we mainstream climate change considerations into the way we plan and manage these very important areas that provide us with our water. And SAWS already mentioned a very exciting project we are working on with them called the Advanced Early Warning System Project. So cumulatively, quite a lot of work happening. All of these projects, every single one, the apex indicator is number of people who benefit. So these are not theoretical or in policy. It's very much about taking the science and the policy into impact. And last thing I'd like to just mention is that SANBI, together with Wits University, recently produced a set of climate change fact sheets that were for each of the district municipalities. So there's 44 of them. And the intention of these fact sheets is to bring the complicated climate change models into a language that can be used and is spatially relevant for the district municipalities. And what these fact sheets do is they enable everybody to understand what the climate futures are likely to look like and then decide how to mainstream climate change considerations into their ongoing programs of work. So they very much are an accelerator. You know, SANBI can only do what it can do, but the more that we empower everybody to be able to, I sometimes say, put climate change in their backpack along with the other tools, the more we will develop sustainable and resilient livelihoods across the country. So CE, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mandy. Just a last one, Chair. The Honourable Chair spoke about the Build Back Better concept, which is associated with disasters. I think we've referred to that as part of our report, reflecting on the 2 areas in the country that were badly affected during the previous floods last year. I mean, it's not this last year, but this year in January. So the concept itself builds on looking not only now, but learning from the experiences that we've had and looking into the future to say if these floods happen at a particular moment in time in future, would it find the infrastructure designed and ready to be able to withstand? And in that case, we've looked at a number of things when it comes to the 2 gardens that I'm referring to, even the materials selection, the stormwater attenuation systems, how and the elevation of the bridges that need to be elevated, and water collection and water retainment, stormwater attenuation systems that need to be looked at. We're looking at this not only to protect the environment, but also on the other hand to protect people, not only workers, but also visitors that frequent all this. And the investment that we need to make should be able to withstand for generations to come, because some of the areas are not new per se, like Lowveld has been there for quite a while, and some of our gardens, when we've taken even this concept to use even in the areas where we didn't have disasters, to say moving into the future for those gardens that we have that are 50 years, 100 years, may not have experienced what these two had experienced in January, but moving into the future, if it happens, will they withstand those knocks with the extreme events that Mandy was also talking about in terms of the frequency. So we are moving on that direction, and we are learning as we go, but we are also creating a benchmark used in similar settings moving into the future. Chair, I will leave it here for now. That's the account from Sandy.
Thank you, Mr. Mutsetsi. Let me just check with the members if there are any follow-up questions. Okay, members are satisfied with the questions. Can we then fly to the agenda? I want to see where we are. Ki or Ndumi? Can you then flight the agenda? I think this was the last presentation. Let me just check.
Yes, Chair, it was the last.
Oh, okay.
It was the last item for the day.
Was the last item for the day. Okay, thank you, Ki. I believe that DG Chabalala is still on the platform, because I just want to remind the FFE on the written responses that we are expecting as the committee. We are expecting written responses on harbour revenue and vessel operating costs, and those written responses will be due on the 26th of August. And when the department appears before the committee for annual reporting, it should also reflect on the progress made towards achieving the 8 strategic outcomes adopted for the 7th administration, as we are nearly halfway through this period. So I think DG have noted that. We have reached the end of our agenda for the day. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity and thank the Minister, Minister Manier, and the 2 DMs, DM Singh and DM Swartz, for their inputs. Also, let me thank the 2 board chairpersons, the chairperson of SANBI and also of South African Weather Services, the CEO and the acting CEO of the entities, and also DG and the team from the department, our departmental staff, and also our committee officials, and lastly, the members of the committee for their inputs. Thank you very much for your valuable inputs and questions that you have raised. We have reached the end of our meeting. I now declare the meeting closed. Thank you. We will see each other tomorrow when we continue with other entities.